Alright, so today we're starting the chamber orchestra series, and if you're not familiar with the genre, it's basically just an orchestra with one player to each part. So extremely reduced string section, still requires a conductor, but you would not worry about having the strings blend, for example. And this first piece we'll look at will be a pretty good example. I'm going to be listening to a piece by Philippe Leroux, which was composed in 2012, called Ailes. And this is the ensemble here. I'll try to be quick with it. The instrumentation is 1-1-2-1, 1-1-1-0, percussion, piano, 2-1-1-1 in the strings, or for the strings you could say 1-1-1-1-1. The flute has to double on bass, flute, and piccolo. The first clarinet has to double on a clarinet in A, which is tuned down a quarter tone, and the second clarinet has to double on bass. The trumpet has to double on piccolo trumpet in A, and the ordinary trumpet is in C, because this is an orchestra. And the contrabass needs to have 5 strings. And then there's quite an extensive list of percussion. I believe it's just one percussionist. They have to play tam-tam, sandpaper block, wood block, squiro, kazoo, flexitone, vibraphone, whistle or like slide whistle, crotal, a rin, which is like a Japanese bell, and a bass drum. Then there's a few here which I don't know the French translation offhand, so just give me a second. And the percussion also has to play on a bird call, so like a bird whistle, one of those water whistles, and a crashel, which is a rattle, basically. So a lot of small percussion instruments and some bigger ones, just based on the instrumentation alone. I also forgot the bassoon is also doubling on contra. But from all these doublings and from the extensive percussion, you can probably already realize that Philippe Leroux is a spectral composer, and it's even clearer if you look at some of his performance notes. We got quarter tone accidentals and eighth tone accidentals. And then we have quarter tone plus an eighth tone accidentals, and the 2 different types of dynamics. So he uses quotation marks for prescriptively notated dynamics, and regular dynamics are just descriptively notated. And this is a very substantial piece. It was it's 27 minutes long, and here the recordings performed by the Maytar Ensemble at an Israeli conservatory in 2015. So that's the version we'll be listening to. A little bit about Philippe Leroux. I heard an entire concert of his works in Toronto in, I want to say, 2016 or 2015. And he is a French composer who has been living in Canada for a number of years, teaching at McGill University. And he's a very esteemed composer in terms of like Canada's new music scene. He was born in 1959, and I had one opportunity to meet him when I was looking at McGill as a potential school for my doctorate, but he was in ill health at the time I was visiting, so I didn't actually get to meet the guy, and it's a bit unfortunate because I was super into spectral music at the time, and I think it would have been very valuable to like get his opinion on what I was doing or trying to do, but it didn't really happen. He has studied with Pierre Schaeffer, Ivo Malik, Claude Balif, and he was teaching at IRCAM for 5 years before he moved to Canada. And he's been in Canada since 2011, so that would be, let's see, yeah, the past more than 10 years. He studied at the Paris Conservatoire, so that's sort of like a very important institution for McGill. I think McGill, their composition division at least, really models themselves after the Conservatoire and holds that institution in very high esteem. And you can imagine why, because Montreal gets a lot of funding for French culture. Okay, I think with that being said, we can get into this. If you're not familiar with spectralism, I've already done 2 episodes on Grisey's music, and I think that's a pretty good primer for what we're about to listen to. I'm going to have a listen here, and I will report back in the second half. Again, the link to the recording that I'm listening to is in the description for the video. All right, so this was a very invigorating performance, and I'm excited. I'm now much more excited to get started on this series. The baritone here was actually performed by a soprano or mezzo-soprano, Els Janssens van Munster, and she did a fantastic job with this piece. Hopefully this recording gave you a sense of the size and scope that a chamber orchestra is, more or less. It's usually like 15 players, I think, is a good size. My thoughts on this piece, I think it's pretty old school in some of its like ideas and gestures. Like it feels like a first generation spectral piece, but it was written in 2015, and that's not to say that it's like dated or anything. There's definitely other ideas that are more unique to Leroux. Like I remember one of the pieces I saw of his live was for, I think, pianos and percussion and electronics. It was called M, and he talked about how interested he was in like the gesture of writing the letter M. And I think a lot of his pieces play with like graphic, like very simple graphical ideas as like a source for spectral composition, like as a compositional resource. And you can kind of see that in one of the main ideas of this piece, which is this like either quickly or slowly moving up and down scalar kind of, and the climax of the piece is based on this sort of very even up and down motion, this linear up and down motion, which gets developed a lot throughout the piece's runtime. And he tends to contrast that with this idea, which I think of as like a light switch idea, where there's like one chord or sound in the ensemble and it's just switched on and off, like a square wave, right? It's either all the way up or all the way down. And usually that idea has a lot of silence and the ensemble is out of sync with the singer. So there's at least that layer. And those two ideas never really come to overlap or anything. It's just like there's one idea that's like developing and very fleshed out and has all these different ideas, and then there's another idea that the singer keeps coming back to that I mean the timbre might change from one time to the next, but it as a gesture is completely static, and I think that's a really good compositional strategy. I was not able to find a translation of the text, unfortunately, but if you speak French and you were able to get things out of this recording, feel free to comment. I liked the light switch idea a lot. I liked the moments of either solo voice or voice with flute, contrasted with full ensemble stuff, and the sound in the last like 2 minutes of the piece was very colorful. He saved this like super colorful sound world for the very end, which I think was fun. And overall, I would say it's very indebted to Grisey, and it does have sort of this old school spectral sound to it, and I think a big part of that is how he chooses to use this ensemble. To be honest, this is not a genre that I've really gotten to know in great detail, so I think it'll be very educational for me. There just aren't a lot of chamber orchestras in Canada to begin with, and not a lot. I can't think of any that are devoted to contemporary music. Like the only context of like chamber orchestra new music like that I've seen in Canada is like when I was living in Toronto, the Esprit Orchestra would occasionally have a subsection of their ensemble play a chamber orchestra piece. So for the most part, this whole genre and world is like almost foreign to me, and I think this will be really good for me to get to know. So hopefully you are in a similar situation, and this will be a very educational series. All right, so today I'm listening to a short piece for chamber orchestra called Smog. It's by a Mexican composer named Jacques Zafra. And for some reason, I have two different scores that are almost identical, but one has 8 more pages of music. So I don't know which one is the correct one to be using, but for those of you looking for this type of repertoire, the instrumentation is 1111, 1110, 2 percussionists, piano, 11111, and some important doublings. The clarinet has to double on bass clarinet, and the percussionists, one has to play both timpani and hi-hat. The other has to play bass drum and tam-tam. And some other considerations: the contrabass needs to be 5-string, it needs the low C string, and the trombone needs an F trigger. And this piece was composed in 2012. We have some quarter tone accidentals, it looks like. There's some air sounds in the winds. There's a unique notation for like when the winds should stagger breathe. And there's 3 different vibrato indications. We'll be listening to the recording that's available on Zafra's SoundCloud, and this is what the first page of music looks like. This is my first time looking at his music at all, so I'm not really sure what we're in for here. So I'm just going to read his bio briefly and then we'll get into it. Maybe it'll reveal some things about him. So Jacques Zafra, born in 1986, based in Berlin currently, and he completed his PhD at UCSD with Roger Reynolds, and before that he earned his master's degree in Leipzig, studying under Klaus Stefan Mankampf, and receiving private lessons from Johannes Kreidler. So a lot of big names associated with him. He also studied with Victor Rasgado in Mexico. I have some of Rasgado's scores, so maybe we'll look at them at a later time. There might even be a chamber opera by him that we'll get to in this series, but don't quote me on that. And we've encountered Jack before because we've used his YouTube channel, Mexican Scores, for some of our recordings. If you are intending to listen along, the link to the recording is in the description to the video. And I'll try to keep my comments short and sweet today as we get into this piece, because the piece itself is, again, not very long. I think it's about 8 minutes. Okay, yeah, really impressive piece. The recording is not the best quality, like the audio quality is really bad, but and there's a little bit of audience noise. There's like one climax where the audience starts applauding, that kind of thing. But I think if you can listen past that, it's actually quite a interesting piece, and it reminded me a lot of Victor Rasgado's music in some ways, like his use of the ensemble and his sparing use of strings, the emphasis on like percussion and brass and percussive uses of strings and these sort of like blocks of instruments. All of that was really interesting and kind of reminded me of his teacher Rasgado, who he may have been studying with when he wrote this. I noticed on Zafra's website it said like pre-2013 works were Mexican compositions, so he probably was in Mexico when he wrote this. And yeah, some general observations. I really liked the use of piano in it. It was a really good example of like piano being used in a large ensemble context. There's some parts where it's really subtle, and there's other parts where it comes out of the texture a little bit. And it never feels like the piano is being overused. The percussion was an interesting choice. Like there's a lot of timpani in it, which I guess sort of colors the sound of the piece. And I found the organization of the like introduction of the piece and then the following sections was a little bit like blocky, but there was definitely enough interesting things going on to keep my attention, and the pitch content was very carefully controlled. I think I heard like this tritone motive a lot, and there were some moments where the pitches, like the rate at which we heard pitches was slowed down, and we had some nice octaves and unisons and things, and it sounded like a little bit more consonant. And then there were other sections that were busier and sounded more modernist, I guess you could say. Hopefully the composer can, or has since then, gotten it performed more, and we'll get better recordings of it in the future. I think it is pretty evocative of the title. There's sections that are very cloudy, and but I wouldn't say it's like hazy or like it is definitely more dark and sinister than that, and I think Smog is a pretty good title. So yeah, that was our first piece by Jacques Zafra, and it seems like a recent piece in the context of this series, but in the context of this composer's work, it seems to be quite old. So if you heard anything that you like in this, I would encourage you to check out his newer stuff. I'm sure that he's been up to a lot in the past 12 years, and his music's probably changed quite significantly, considering he's born in the 1980s. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So tomorrow we're looking at some Milica Djordjević. This piece, Firefly in a Jar, is really fantastic, and I'm excited to talk about it. It's one of my go-to listening examples for students. Yeah, we'll keep moving along with chamber orchestra here. Alright, so today I'm going to be looking at a piece for chamber orchestra by Milica Djordjević. It's called The Firefly in a Jar, and this is a quite short piece. It's in the 6 to 7 minute range, and the ensemble itself, I'll get this out of the way, is 1111, 1110, 2 percussionists, or just one, I think, and 2 for the strings. So you can think of the strings as being in 2 groups, and those groups are divided splitting each family in half, and some of them are tuned ordinarily, and then others are tuned a quarter tone higher than what's notated in the score. So that's one effect that's going on in this, some quarter tone stuff, and there is a moment in the piece where overpressure distortion is used. There's also some tremolos on the bridge in specific parts. And the arrangement of the ensemble is as such, with violins sort of on either side of the conductor, and then violas and cellos down the center as well, and then basses flanking the winds, and behind them the percussion and brass. Before we get into this listening, I'm just going to talk a little bit about the composer. I don't know much about her offhand, but I do like this piece. It's from 2007. I started listening to it in 2018, around then. So looking at Milica's Wikipedia here, she's a Serbian composer and was born in 1984. Grew up in Belgrade. She's won many awards. She has a specialization in electronic music, and she not only studied in Belgrade but Strasbourg, studied with Ivan Fidel, and she studied at IRCAM when it was in Berlin. This particular piece is a piece that was performed by the Munich Chamber Orchestra. If we look at the first page of the score, which is much larger than the title page for some reason, we can see that it has this really distinctive opening in the strings where every string player has their own part and everybody is playing double stops, and it's this, well, not everybody, but almost everyone is playing double stops except for the two basses, and it's just this massive chord which everybody kind of plays together with shifting dynamics, and it's really fascinating, but I won't wax on about it. We should just give this a listen, and I will give a little bit of commentary today. If you need access to the recording, it's in the video description. And if that link no longer works, just send me a comment. Alright, so yeah, that was a lot of fun. Unfortunately for this one, I don't know if I'll be able to share the score, but this is a fantastic performance, and it's always a pleasure to listen to. One thing I noticed in this listen was how interesting her use of like these small intervals was. She like having the entire ensemble on a cluster, or an entire family of instruments just on a cluster, or playing around a few notes. Oftentimes, if somebody had something very active, another instrument would be doubling that narrow little line, like with a unison on most of the, like. So definitely kind of reminded me a little bit of Ligeti, and had like a sort of approach to composing that was more sound-based and certainly informed by electronic music. I like this piece, especially in this series, because it's a great example of chamber orchestra writing, which would not necessarily translate to a full orchestra. I think the string writing here works best with 1/2 apart, and this is what it is meant for. And if you were to expand this to a full orchestra, you'd basically have to have even more individual string parts, and at that point it would become more of a like Penderecki textural thing. But with the ensemble the size that it is, it feels very like agile and tight and sort of immediate and lean, all kinds of things which sort of work in tandem with the piece's title. It's a very pleasant score to look at, seeing all these blocks of sound, and then hearing the results. And the highest note possible stuff in the winds was really cool too. That was sort of something that popped out of the texture a lot, and it added this sort of like luminance or brightness to the texture that was always kind of like startlingly colorful, and it definitely made me think of a Firefly. If you are teaching about chamber orchestra, I think this is just a really good example of good chamber orchestra writing, and it's a fun piece. It gets people talking, and because of the programmatic element, I find students don't really mind how noisy and dissonant it is, because you wouldn't write something pretty in consonant with that title. So yeah. All right, today is another weekend recording, first thing in the morning, and we're going to be looking at another piece by Javier Torres Maldonado, a Mexican composer working in Italy. And this piece is for chamber orchestra, and it's called El Suspiro del Ángel, and it's for chamber orchestra but divided into 3 groups and supported by 4-channel audio. So there's some electronics in here too. It was commissioned by Nouvelle Ensemble Moderne and sponsored by the Mexican government. And it's dedicated to Lorraine Vaillancourt. And as for the instrumentation, I'm going to list the numbers here. So it's 1121, 1110, percussion, 1 player, piano, and 11111 for the strings. The way that it's grouped, group 1 is trumpet, oboe, flute doubling on piccolo, both violins and piano. Group 2 is 2 bass clarinets and trombone. And group 3 is the biggest one. It's horn, bassoon, viola, cello, bass, and percussion. And the full percussion list is metal chimes, spring coil, tam-tam, bass drum, glock, suspended cymbal, both 2 of them, like 1 medium-sized, 1 large, large gong, vibraphone, tubular bells, crotales, bongos, 4 tom-toms, guiro, congas, marimba, lion's roar, and 2 bamboo chimes. This is all 1 player. The layout of the ensemble looks like this. There are some bamboo chimes situated next to the pianist, and there are some bamboo chimes situated with the percussionist. At the back of the hall, we have trombones situated between the 2 bass clarinets, and then we have group 1 on one side and group 3 on the other. You can see the brass is positioned front of the house, and followed by the oboe and bassoon and flute, which are a little bit further back, and then the strings are towards the back of both of these groups. And this is what the first page looks like. It's laid out in such a way that you see each group, and you also get some idea of what the fixed media looks like. This is going to be played back by a CD, because this is quite a old piece. I can't find a date right now, but I'll put it in a subtitle. Yeah, there's a Max MSP patch, it looks like, as well, so there's some live electronics. And the piece is 10.5 minutes long. The pianist has a MIDI pedal to cue the starting event of the fixed media. And yeah, then we get into the usual stuff. If you're not familiar with Javier's music, we've looked at, I think, 4 other pieces by him already. He's a modernist sort of composer who studied with Donatoni, but he has a unique mix in his works of like serial technique with post-serial technique. He borrows a lot from spectral composers, but in a manner that decorates music which is essentially like 12-tone or serial music. And he really has a way with electronics and extended techniques and all kinds of stuff. So with that being said, let's get into it. If you would like access to the recording, I've put it in the description to the video. Let me just make sure that I can't even find it. Yeah, he has it on his SoundCloud account. So this is going to be a SoundCloud link today. Turns out the piece was composed in 2006. So just a little bit older than the Djordjević we looked at yesterday. Okay, yeah, this is not what I was expecting based on other pieces of his that we've looked at. It was very slow and sparse, and it was interesting to see how he used electronics throughout the piece. I think a lot of the piece's magic gets lost in the process of recording it, because the whole point of having everybody divided in this way is to have this spatial relationship on stage, and I'm sure the quadraphonic fixed media has its own spatial relationships to the ensemble, but you can tell from looking at the score that these spatial effects would be quite effective, even though it's a pretty slow piece. A lot of silence where you get to listen to the fixed media, and he does a good job of giving you a breathing room to listen to the electronics, and the electronics had a lot of like sine tony kind of sounds, or like simple processes like filtering, but without sounding dated. I think a lot of spectral pieces, like I'm thinking of Disintegrations by Murray, like those effects can sound a little bit dated, but this didn't. It sounded very seamless and captivating, because the electronics were so closely blurred with these quiet sounds in the three ensembles. I really liked, there was one moment with oboe and viola, and I really liked at the end there was a moment with when the bamboo chimes came into play at the very end. I was wondering when they would get used, and it was very pleasant to have their moment at the end, this extra bit of color introduced. And one thing about it, though, was I think because a lot of the effects processing was like these long reverbs and delays and granular things that need to capture sounds from the ensemble, there was a lot of the whole ensemble building up to something and then cutting off. So you had a lot of these slow building climaxes which never stayed at that peak. They just end, and you get this electronic soundscape out of it, and then there's a sparser section, it builds up again. So just based on the nature, I think, of how it was put together, how the electronics worked, the piece ended up becoming these certain gestures and formal ideas. But that's not a criticism exactly, it's just more of an observation. I think it would have been very magical to see live, and even though it's a very demanding chamber orchestra work in terms of setup, and it's only 10 minutes long, I still think it would be worth putting on again, just to like capture that magic of hearing it again. And if you look at the setup itself, this would look really fantastic on stage, and I think the spatialized stuff alone would attract a lot of audience members who maybe aren't as privy to new music. It was first performed in Montreal, and there is a bit of a program note here. He talks about his piece Luz for accordion and string quartet, which he wrote 6 years prior to this piece. And that piece also deals with the idea of an angel or supernatural being. So if you are looking for something else to watch and listen to, I have a video on Luz from a couple series back, and I would highly recommend checking it out. I think it's episode 29, and I think the two of these pieces would make a really good pairing, actually. Tomorrow we will keep looking at more chamber orchestra pieces. Today we're going to be listening to a song cycle by Salvatore Sciarrino, Italian composer. It's titled Quaderno di Strada, and it was written in 2003, and it is for baritone and chamber orchestra. I was a really big fan of this piece when I first discovered it, and hopefully it holds up. I haven't listened to it in a few years. I don't have any front matter with this score, but the full instrumentation, I believe, is 1111 0110, percussion, piano. Actually, let me look it up. I don't think there's piano in it. Yeah, so it's 1111 0110, two percussionists, piano, celesta, 11111, and some doublings. Clarinet doubles on bass, flute doubles on alto and bass, oboe doubles on English horn. And I'm not going to bother to find a percussion list. Hopefully you'll get a sense of it over the course of your listening. Okay, so about the text. Each movement has very little text, and they're quite short and enigmatic. The first text is anonymous. The second text is anonymous as well, but it's based on a letter sent by Rilke in 1903. Third one, the text is by Lorenzo Lotto. It's also an excerpt. The fourth one is a translation of an anonymous Greek text based on Constantine P. Kafavi, I guess you would say their last name. Text number 5, anonymous. Text number 6 by Brecht. Text number 7, anonymous. Text number 8 by Giovanni Testori. Text number 9 by Fausto Melotti. Text number 10, anonymous. Text number 11, anonymous. Text number 12, Giava Ghirlanda. And that's the most significant one. And then I think the 13th text is a proverb of some kind. So, yeah, very short enigmatic texts from throughout history, some of them incredibly old. And all of them are either originally in Italian or translated into Italian. Yeah, that's about all I have to say about it. We have another episode on Sciarrino's music in the violin and piano series. I'll put an episode number at the bottom there. There you can find me going over his biography. He's a modernist composer. His style is very idiosyncratic, and this piece has a lot of extremely quiet sounds and techniques that are unique to his composing. So I believe there is a score video for this one. When I first found it, there wasn't. And yeah, the recording here is by Klangforum Vienne, which is a Austrian chamber orchestra, probably one of the most famous chamber orchestras that specializes in contemporary music. The baritone here is Otto Katzemeyer. If you need a link to this, it's in the video description, as always. When I first heard this piece, I didn't have any familiarity with Sciarrino's music, and it was really like peering into another world, and hopefully you had a similar experience. I even think in the in the scope of his work, as far as I've heard, this is a very unique and creative piece, and it's a fantastic use of the chamber orchestra, and I don't think it would work for any other medium really. So very specific to the genre, and there's a lot of like fantastic sounds using extreme dynamics, extremely quiet and extremely loud, using extremes of register. You have like these quiet bass drum rolls, which are the lowest frequencies the ensemble can make, and all the way to the highest frequencies, which I think is the big example is movement 5, the one with the flautist breathing. It's extremely quiet. Yeah, there's 13 songs, and I think Sciarrino does a great job of keeping it fresh throughout the 40-minute runtime. And he rarely uses the whole ensemble. I think there's a lot of movements. It's just you hear the whole ensemble for one brief moment. Other movements are for the full ensemble, like the last two. But there are other ones, like I think it was movement 9 or 10, that just uses the strings. I think the second half was even sparser than the first, and even more extreme. I think after the 6th movement, things get really dark, and I like that about it. The use of extremely high double bass is really fun. With that one solo, there's also very high oboe in that movement, and I like. I think like he's so good at writing for solo instruments and using all of these techniques with one instrument that there's moments in this piece where just one instrument from the ensemble is playing with the singer and it sounds amazing, and he brings that sort of density and colorfulness to the rest of the ensemble as well. So yeah, in every combination, it's even more colorful. Another thing that really stuck out to me when I first heard this was the use of rhythm. A lot of the rhythms don't appear on the page the way that you hear them in the score. There's some sections where the performers are playing on off beats, like the second note of a quintuplet over and over again, or of a septuplet, and it creates this like sort of urgency in the performance, and I think it creates like also a lightness and this sort of weird effect even in the repetitive moments where in the repetitive sections of the piece you don't even get downbeats, or when you do, it's like there's the one movement where the whole ensemble's playing on downbeats once every measure, but then the flautist and the singer are kind of doing all this stuff in between each gesture that are totally out of sync, out of step with everything. So I think temporally it's really interesting. This is the movement I'm talking about, number 6. Yeah, if his rhythms were boring, this would be much, much less interesting. And his rhythmic notation, his use of rhythm really captures the gestures he's trying to create, and that's definitely something to appreciate about it. Is he's very cognizant of what the performers are going to be going through when they have to read these rhythms and execute them. So yeah, that's it for that one. I think tomorrow we're going to look at another Javier Torres Maldonado piece, and then we might move on to Grisey. Initially with this series I plan to do all the pieces for just chamber orchestra, and then stuff with electronics, stuff with singers, but I think that's sort of gone out the window at this point. I'm just trying to do it as close as I can to reverse chronological with all the chamber orchestra pieces I have. But the spreadsheet's a little bit disorganized, so I may have to jump back or forward in time at the end of the series. We'll see. But I think we're going to stay in 90s and early 2000s territory a bit longer because I just happen to have a lot of scores from that time period. So, yeah, that was our Sciarrino. We may have one other piece by him in the series, and I hope that you enjoyed either discovering this piece with me or revisiting this piece with me, because, I mean, I should be listening to this once a year, honestly. It's just a real pleasure and something to keep in your mind as you compose, I think. Today I'm continuing the chamber music series with a piece by György Ligeti, the Hamburg Concerto from 2004. The instrumentation for this is 2121, 4110, 2 percussionists, 11111. And in addition to the 4 horns, there's a solo horn. The 4 horns are natural horns. The 2 clarinetists are actually playing basset horns and only doubling on clarinet. The first basset horn doubles on clarinet in B flat. Second basset horn doubles on clarinet in E flat. And the second flute doubles on piccolo. The percussion list is timpani, suspended cymbal, suspended crotales, 4 bongos, tambourine, snare drum, bass drum, tubular bells, rin, glockenspiel, xylophone, vibes, marimba. So yeah, it's a very interesting instrumentation. All of the chamber orchestras we've looked at so far only have 1 horn player, and this piece calls for 5 horn players technically. And this is a late work of Ligeti's, and it's in 7 movements. The first movement's titled Preludium, Adagio Espressivo. The second one, Signal Tans Chorale. So the second movement is split up into another 3 sections. The third movement, Aria Axac Hocetus. So the third movement is also tripartite. Fourth movement is titled Solo Intermezzo Mixture Canon. So the fourth movement's in 4 parts. Then the fifth movement is just called Spectra. Sixth movement is called Capriccio, and the 7th movement is called Hymnus. So it's a lot of miniatures is what it amounts to, really. There are 7 movements, but you could say maybe there are actually 14 movements. So yeah, this is our first piece by Ligeti, believe it or not. So I'm going to briefly go over his bio. And then I will try to talk a little bit about the origins of this piece, and we will get to listening. So Ligeti is a Hungarian-Austrian composer born in 1923. Actually born in Romania. He lived in the Hungarian People's Republic, then immigrated to Austria and became an Austrian citizen eventually. In 1973, he became a professor for the School for Music and Theater at Hamburg. And note that this is titled the Hamburg Concerto. There may be a connection there. So his style was restricted by communist authorities in Hungary. And then when he moved to the West in 1956, he discovered avant-garde music for the first time. The Hamburg Concerto is among his last works, together with the song cycle with pipes, drums, fiddles from 2000, and the piano etude Canon. That was at the time he was writing his famous piano etudes. The piece was revised by Italian composer Alessio Elia, and this edition was used for the first revised performance of the work by the Concerto Budapest Ligeti Ensemble. Yeah, you might already be familiar with Ligeti's music because Stanley Kubrick famously used his music without his permission in films such as 2001: A Space Odyssey and The Shining. And this led to a famous copyright scandal, and Ligeti successfully sued Stanley Kubrick and his estate, I'm assuming. I think they ended up settling out of court, it says here. This piece, the Hamburg Concerto, was commissioned by the Zeit Foundation, and expressing a wish that it be associated with the city of Hamburg. And it was dedicated to the horn player Marie-Louise Neunecker, who premiered the original 6 movements with the Asco Ensemble. And then that other performance we mentioned with the Budapest Ensemble was much later, and including the 7th movement. So maybe we might as well read the Ligeti's blurb about this, and I believe this is also in the CD booklet for the Asco Ensemble performance. I do have a vivid memory of checking out that CD, and this is a lot of this material is just taken directly from that booklet, I think. In this piece, I experimented with very unusual non-harmonic sound spectra. In the small orchestra, there are 4 natural horns, each of which can produce the 2nd to 16th overtone. By providing each horn or group of horns with different fundamentals, I was able to construct novel sound spectra with the resulting overtones. These harmonies, which had never been used before, sound weird in relation to harmonic spectra. I developed both weird consonant and dissonant harmonies with complex beats. Horns blend together very well, and to enrich the sound further, the 2 clarinetists play basset horns. Even though it is replete with spectra of strange beats, the resulting overall sound is soft and mellow. So this is perhaps the only significant use of microtonality in Ligeti's music, and I believe I found somebody's dissertation on this way back. Yeah, this is one piece of literature that you might want to look at. Charles Corey wrote this for their Doctor of Philosophy with the University of Pittsburgh in 2011, and talks about pitch and harmony in the Hamburg Concerto. I think specifically he tries to come up with a justification for, or some sort of analysis of Ligeti's horn parts with just intonation in mind as the ideal tuning. I don't know if, based on Ligeti's blurb here, I don't know if he was thinking about just intonation necessarily. He may have just been interested in the sensation of these intervals, and I think it's a fascinating piece of music history, I guess, just his use of pitch alone. This is one that I have listened to a lot, but I'm excited to put it in context with all these other chamber orchestra pieces we've been looking at. So yeah, this was a really fun listen, and I mean, it's just a bunch of miniatures, but they're all so charming in their own way, and they all fit together in a really fun sort of kaleidoscopic manner. I think, just looking back at the form here, I think the first and the fifth movement have a lot of similarities. They're both very slow, and they're the closest we get to like very harmonic series E sounding, almost like spectralism sounding things. And a lot of the faster parts, like the last three parts of movement 4, for example, sound like late Ligeti. There is that like added color of the horns being playing the harmonic series, like natural horn stuff. But in the faster sections, I found it was less. It seemed to be less important. And the second movement also has a really great use of the horns. It's a horn movement. The chorale is a fantastic example of like how these harmonics can subtly change the harmony. Because he goes all the way up to the 16th partial, I think the big ones that will stick out are like the 7th, obviously, and the 11th and 13th, which come up less often, but yeah, it's really a fascinating piece, and I like how the form works. It's like very short ideas somehow coming together, and he's very bold in his choices, like to not only have it in, like he basically has like two introductions, right? The first two movements, one of them introduces the sort of like harmonic series spectral idea, and the second movement introduces this idea of horns being like versatile fast instruments, and then he sort of just plays with those two ideas with the other remaining 5 movements. But I think the 7th one is really just an extra textural idea. It's really it's like a little coda thing. I'm not sure what you'd call it, but to me the really interesting movements were like, I mean the sixth one was fun, but I think 3 through 5 are like the sort of meat and potatoes of the piece. And yeah, I might mention just briefly how he notates or indicates quarter tones. So he says, even in his program performance notes here, that lowering the pitches is approximate. There is no measurement for 14 cents. The fifth harmonic is minus 14 cents. The 31 cents, which I think he's talking about the 7th harmonic, which is lowered, or the 49 cent, which is the 11th harmonic. So instead he decides to indicate just a bit lower, and quarter tone lower with arrows. And yeah, he just really makes sure that the performers do not correct pitches with their right hand and play how it would sound. You might see that some of these G sharps in the second horn just have an arrow pointing down. That's because that's the 5th harmonic, and then the Ds are the 7th, so which is a filled in triangle. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that piece. if you want to encourage students to write shorter fragments of music, I think it's really great. And I also just think it's a fascinating use of natural brass. And that's sort of the main point that the main experiment that Ligeti's making here. It's the thing that's new to him and the thing that he's relishing in with every movement. All right, so today I'm going to be listening to a piece by Javier Torres Maldonado, another piece of his for chamber orchestra. It's called Exabrupto, and it was written in 1998. So the full instrumentation is 15 players. It is 1-1-2-1, 1-1-1-0, one percussionist, and 1-1-1-1-1 for the strings. And also there is a pianist, also doubling celesta. Now, the 15 players are split up on stage into different groups. So I'm just going to list off the groups here. So group 1 is flute, clarinet doubling on E flat, violin 1, violin 2, and viola. The flute is also doubling on piccolo. Group 2 is horn, trumpet, clarinet 2, which is doubling on bass, and oboe doubling on oboe d'amore. And then group 3 is the low stuff. It's the trombone doubling on bass trombone, bassoon, double bass, and cello. And you can see the way that they're positioned. The strings are in the foreground, and then winds are further back, along with brass. And there are 2 soloist stations between the groups. Here we have the pianist, who also has a celesta nearby. And then on the other side we have 2 stations for a single percussionist. The percussion list is as follows. At station 1 we have vibes, tom-tom, antique cymbals, and one of which is put on a timpano, suspended cymbal upside down on a timpano, woodblock, Javanese gong, anvil, and 2 triangles, whip, bass drum. Then the second station, which is positioned behind, the percussionist will be playing bass drum, marimba, suspended cymbal, xylophone, antique cymbals, temple blocks, Cuban cymbal, spring coil, claves, maracas, high whistle, tubular bells, but just the F sharp 5, small tam-tam, and a glockenspiel, and 2 congas. So, some other things on the piece. This piece was written in memory of 50 native Mexicans killed in Acteal, Chiapas in 1998, and of all the men dead in hope of an America belonging to every man who lives in it. And it was commissioned by Nouvelle Ensemble Moderne. And this is an earlier piece for the composer, so I think it must have been a very big commission. If we look at the first page, it seems that it is mostly handwritten, and he has very neat handwriting. This looks to be a scan. And this publication is from a couple years later in 2000. You can see he has group 1 positioned at the top of the score, then piano, which has 3 staves at the start, group 2, the percussionist, and then group 3 on the bottom. So yeah, I have a couple episodes back on another chamber orchestra piece from 2003 by the same composer. And I also have a number of other episodes on Maldonado. Believe episode 3 is the first one, so if you want to get his biography, I would have a look at that one. If you are interested in the recording that I'm looking at today, it's in the video description, as always. Pause the video here and have a listen, and if you want to hear my thoughts, just come back and unpause it. Yeah, this was a fantastic piece. I really liked it, and this was a great listen. I wish I could show the score. Like, I wish it was public domain, because it's very gorgeous, and it's only 200 something measures because it's quite slow. There's a couple different tempi, but it ranges from like 48 to 72 quarter equals. And I really liked the way he introduced the piece with this sort of like repeated note idea in different tempi that clearly established this shifting tempi, but also it was like a spatial idea, right? It's like sort of the easiest and simplest idea you could use to showcase how these groups are occupying different spaces of the stage. And yeah, it was just a really fascinating opening, and I liked how shortly after he started featuring individual groups, like you started to get moments where the group 1 was doing a lot on its own. Shortly after that, you get the oboe d'amore solo, the first of like 3, and that change in texture is really fantastic, and the use of oboe d'amore and then adding the clarinet and then introducing all of group 2 was really fun. The use of percussion and piano to accent these shifts in texture, or to like play in between other groups, was really fun. And he asks for bass drum as high as possible, and that bass drum was a very distinctive sound in the piece. And then similar to his other chamber orchestra piece we looked at, which introduced bamboo chimes at the end, this piece also saves its most colorful instruments for the end. You have a celesta solo followed by the congas instead of the bass drum, just accenting the end of it. And yeah, it's just really pleasant to listen to, even on a basic level. Just listening to the use of the ensemble and instrumentation is extremely fun, and this would be really cool to put together live and to hear live. I think yeah, it's really cool. I'm gonna look up this event that he's dedicated the work to, just so that I can properly speak to it, or draw attention to it. So the Actiel massacre was a massacre of 45 people attending a prayer meeting of Catholic indigenous townspeople, including a number of children and pregnant women who were members of the pacifist group the Bees, in the small village of Actiel in the Mexican state of Chiapas. A right-wing paramilitary group, Mascara Roja, murdered the victims on December 22nd, 1997, while the government of Mexico first admitted responsibility for the massacre in September 2020. So for a very long time, this was not recognized by the Mexican government. I don't know if I'm going to be able to give enough context in the scope of this video, but if you're interested, this massacre was part of the Chiapas conflict, and it's it's been a struggle for the indigenous people since it's just a continuation of the struggle of under colonialism, even in post-colonial Mexico. After the Mexican War of Independence, a legal code was distinguished was created that distinguished people of Spanish ancestry from those of indigenous ancestry, and this created a lot of issues regarding land rights, social rights, etc. So, if you're not aware, that's sort of the source of this conflict. And in 1994, there was a uprising, and this massacre happened about 4 years later. And these people were murdered with machetes and AK-47s. And within a month, several people were charged with the killings. But like I mentioned before, it was not recognized by the Mexican government until very recently. So that's a little bit of background. This is what Maldonado wanted to draw attention to with the composition of this piece in and around the same time. And I appreciate that the piece is a thing of its time. It's taking a stance on this issue and not trying to be some apolitical thing. So hopefully, if this piece is programmed in the future and played, it will continue to draw attention to ongoing colonial conflicts in Mexico, or conflicts which have resulted from colonialism. And on that note, I will be ending today's session, and we'll be moving on to something completely different tomorrow. Today we're going to be listening to a late piece of Gérard Grisey for soprano and 50 musicians. And I'm going to call it a chamber orchestra, although this one's a bit more debatable than everything else in our chamber orchestra series. Yeah, the title is 4 Songs to Cross the Threshold. And the 4 songs are separated by instrumental movements, so it's 8 movements total. Yeah, so the instrumentation is 1-0-2-0, 2 saxophones, 1-0-0-2, harp, 3 percussionists, and then 1-0-0-1-1. So definitely the strangest instrument we've seen so far, the strangest ensemble we've seen so far, and probably the furthest thing from chamber orchestra, but it's got all the elements there. So the flute doubles on alto flute and piccolo. The first clarinetist is mainly on bass clarinet, but they also double on B flat. Second clarinetist is mainly on contrabass clarinet in B flat, doubling on bass clarinet in B flat. The first saxophonist is mostly a tenor saxophone, doubling on alto and soprano. The second saxophonist is mostly a baritone sax, doubling on tenor sax. The trumpet doubles on piccolo trumpet. The euphonium player doubles on tuba, and then there's just a tubist as in addition. And the percussion list is vibe, steel drums, congas, bongos, tam-tams, bass drum, vibra-slap for percussion 1, marimba, xylophone, crotals, hand drum is percussion 2, glockenspiel, chimes, gongs, tom-toms, tam-tams, bass drum, and vibra-slap is percussion 3. So there's 3 sizes of vibra-slap, 1 for each player, and a very large percussion list for each player. The arrangement is going to be Actually, the 2 saxes are around a cellist. The 2 tubists are positioned around the harp. And then the 2 clarinets are positioned around the bass. And then up front with the soprano are the high instruments, violin, flute, and trumpet. The 3 percussionists are at the back of the hall. Normally with a harp, when everything is set flat, the strings are at their lowest tension and at their longest, right? Or at their shortest. So with everything flat, they're supposed to tune the D flat up a quarter tone and the G flat down a quarter tone. So that's the scordatura for the harp. The cellist also has their C tuned to B flat. All other strings that normal. The first saxophonist, they should tune their tenor sax and their alto sax down a quarter tone. The second saxophonist, their tenor sax should be down a quarter tone. And he lists all of the ranges for the different instruments. There are a lot of gongs for percussion too, it looks like, 15 in total. And they're pitched from low B flat all the way up to F sharp. Then there's some conventions of Grisey's writing, which we've gone over in previous videos. I will put their numbers in the subtitle there. And then we get into the piece proper. And you can see from this prelude that some of the instrumental movements are incredibly sustained, drone-like, ambient. But the piece itself can get quite active. And the arrangement is the front group, the far... like the group to the far left of the conductor, the group in front of the conductor to the back, and then, or actually, then it's the group to the right, and then it's the group to the back. So, definitely an interesting way of dividing the ensemble. It's like these spatialized groups, and every group has something in common. They all have either a percussionist or the soprano as a faculty of timbral sounds, and they all have a string player, and then in the case of one of them it's a plucked string player, but a string player nonetheless, and then 2 winds. Okay, that's all I got for this one. Again, if you want to learn more about Grisey, I talk about him a lot more in our first episode on him, and he is needless to say, a spectral composer, probably the most famous spectral composer, and this is a pretty late work of his. Yeah, it was his last completed work, so that's something interesting about it as well. Written in 1998, the same year that he died an untimely death at the age of 52. So, yeah. I'm excited, just based on the performance notes here and the interesting instrumentation. I'm very intrigued to how this will sound. Okay, so I ended up really loving this piece, and it was a really fun listen. It is not one that I was familiar with before today, but I really like Grisey, so I can't believe I haven't checked this one out sooner. It's incredibly quiet most of the way through, and every movement has a different sort of like compositional texture and idea, ranging from incredibly sparse, like the second movement, which I thought was really cool, just like how sparse it was. It has a really prominent like harp part, and then the fourth one is the most complicated in sections. The first one's pretty complicated too. A lot of blending between different families of instruments, which I found really interesting. a lot of interesting use of unisons, and just a lot of mixed orchestrations, which I wasn't expecting. I just associate a lot of Grisey's music with like loud and colorful orchestration, where you really hear the different instruments. And here it was very hypnotizing, just trying to like distinguish between the different sounds. The saxophones blended incredibly well with low clarinets and the conical brass. I thought it was really cool. And I like how the first two movements really sparingly use the front ensemble. If I can show you what I mean here. So some of the movements are mostly composed of the back ensemble, and the four people at the front act like soloists. And then there's other movements where, like the fourth movement, for example, where this group acts like a fourth group and really extends the range of the ensemble upward, because there's a lot of low instruments back here. The percussion had a super interesting role. Like they were in charge of these interludes, which were essentially just like subtle changes in like colored noise from sustaining percussion instruments that were unpitched. And there was a really interesting moment where they were really playing together as a unit, and I just felt like the use of percussion was really cool, and you could probably write a whole essay on just the percussion writing. And I think that if you're a percussionist, you should really check this score out, because it's really cool. Same thing if you're a tubist or a saxophonist, because it's a really unique use of those instruments in this kind of ensemble. So yeah, this was a bit of a guilty pleasure. I kind of just wanted to talk about it and get to know it. So thank you for letting me include it in chamber orchestra. Even though it's not really a chamber orchestra piece, I think it's a nice addition, because as you can expect, we will get to another chamber orchestra piece by Grisey later, which is his most famous work. And I think, well, I was thinking going into this that, I could like compare the two, but they're really completely different pieces at completely different ends of the composer's career. This is a very unique thing, and like, I think there are some other late Grisey pieces like this, like his, I'm blanking on titles here, but he has a solo contrabass clarinet piece, which also exists as a version for bass sax. That thing, and he has a piece for like bass drum, and he has a percussion sextet. Those pieces kind of remind me of this one, but this is a much more like large-scale project, and it's really like fleshed out and orchestral in a way. So yeah, without going on and on too much about this, I think it's a really cool piece, and hopefully you listened along with me today. And yeah, it's also a very cool use of the voice. I don't know of a lot of other pieces that have so many long sustained notes in the soprano over the course of such a long duration, but this was a great example of giving the singer space to breathe, and like using the lower end of their register and saving the high register. And it was very conservative writing in that respect, and kind of like there was so much instrumental stuff that if you're a fan of like prog rock or progressive metal, this is like the same kind of thing. Really low, lots of room for the singer, and lots of instrumental stuff, lots of percussion. So yeah. Okay, so this morning I'm going to be listening to another Philippe Leroux piece. This time it's for violin and chamber orchestra. The piece is called Dalle, stylized with parentheses around the D apostrophe. The instrumentation is 2120, 1101, percussion, piano, harp, 11111 for the strings. The complete percussion list is large suspended cymbal, 4 toms, 4 wood blocks, small snare drum, tam-tam, small Chinese cymbal, marimba, I believe this is 4-octave marimba, 3-octave vibes, and a 2.5-octave Glock and Spiel. The first and second flute both double on piccolo and alto flute. The first and second clarinet also have doublings. First clarinet doubles on A, second clarinet doubles on E flat. And if you didn't check out our previous episode, Philippe Leroux is a French spectral composer currently residing in Canada, teaching at McGill University. And I'm assuming this is going to be a spectral piece, just based on the performance notes here, which indicate quarter tone accidentals. That it looks like there's some scordatura in the harp in its upper middle range, and like the piece we looked at yesterday, the harp scordatura is written like with all the notes in their flat position, how they should be tuned when the strings are at their flattest. And I think with that being said, we can get into it. This is what the first page of the score looks like. This was composed at the Villa Medici's in Rome in 1995 and is dedicated to Robert Pfeiffer. And it's not quite a concerto. Yeah, I'm not too fond on this performance, on this program note, because it's just a lot of pseudo-scientific kind of stuff, but it's a spectral piece. I don't know what else to expect, really. It was awarded the 1996 SACEM Award for Best New Contemporary Work of the Year. So, with that being said, let's have a listen. If you want access to a recording of it, the one I'm listening to is linked in the description to the video. Okay, so this piece was super fun, and it really hinges on whether or not you really like this scalar idea in the beginning, which keeps coming back. For the first 3 minutes of the piece, there's just a lot of the entire ensemble moving in these just scalar up and down sort of sawtooth wave-y motions, which speed up and slow down, and he gets as much mileage out of this idea as you could possibly get, and I think it's really remarkable the different colors of the orchestra that he plays with. There's a moment where it really slows down, and you can hear that, all the vertical sonorities are actually these like messianic harmonies, and that's really fascinating. I think that contributes a lot to the sound of it, actually. To be honest, the reason why I didn't really feel the need to read through the program note was the piece already had me at it's not a concerto, but there's violin solo the whole time. I love pieces that do that. That's like an idea that I've really wanted to play with for a long time, and I think it's a great example of using a soloist in a textural way. And you get to see pretty much every texture with a solo violinist initiating it and playing a role in it. And I think a lot of the composition of the piece must have started with the violin and what it was going to do. And then he wrote the whole ensemble around it. So a lot of cool textures, a lot of full ensemble writing, and just overall very light and straightforward and engaging. And yeah, it was just a fun piece, but very straightforward. He doesn't deviate from like the norm. Like once he sets up an idea, it happens, and he moves on to the next one. And in that way, I think it's, I don't want to say old-fashioned, but I think spectralists, even in the early 80s, were not doing such straightforward things. I can't remember the article, but Marai talks about like interrupting processes purposefully so that it's not too obvious. But here, there's lots of moments where Leroux is just essentially doing like process music, and I think that's one of the more remarkable things about it. So yeah, that's Dallet. It has some sort of association with Radio France and L'Ensemble Itinéraire, which is the preeminent like spectral ensemble in France that is sort of like at the center of the movement of spectralism. L'Ensemble Itinéraire is one of the reasons why we have so much good chamber orchestra pieces for that are from spectral composers, French spectral composers especially. So yeah, that's that one. And tomorrow I think we're going to 1992 with some Saariaho. Let me just double check that there's nothing in between. Yeah, even more spectral music with a piece by Kaija Saariaho tomorrow. So yeah, looking forward to that. We haven't had a woman composer in the series in quite a while, so yeah. Right on the docket today is a piece by Kaija Saariaho called Lichtbogen, and in my spreadsheet I had this listed as chamber orchestra, but it's only 9 musicians. It's a nonette, so it's really stretching the definition of chamber orchestra, but I think I'm still going to cover it just because I like this piece and I haven't listened to it in a long time. So it's for 9 musicians and live electronics. The instrumentation is 1000, 0000, percussion, piano, harp, 11111. So at this point it's not even that practical to use orchestra numbers because there's no brass, but the flute doubles on piccolo and alto, and the percussionist has to deal with vibes, marimba, xylophone, glock, crotales, bass drum, and suspended cymbal. And there is an extensive list of crotales. It looks like just one note more than 2.5 octaves. So, and like the glockenspiel, the crotales are sounding 2 octaves up. This piece was commissioned by the French Ministry of Culture, and it's dedicated to Paul Mefano. It was written in 1992, and it's about 16 minutes long. There are some general remarks here that Kaija has given, which explain how to read, for example, microtonal accidentals and gradual changes in playing and string techniques. All of this is pretty standard stuff. She has this notation for breath tone in the flutes, which I haven't seen before. And she calls for the flute to speak phonemes into the instrument and gives a list of symbols from the International Phonetic Alphabet. Pretty much every sound is common to English, except for the German ach, or ch, and the German Fühlen, ö, and the French R. I'm guessing that's the like palate R. As for the electronics, the ensemble is amplified by 6 microphones, so everyone but the percussion, harp, and piano. And this sort of dates the piece here. The reverb should either be a Lexicon PCM 70 or a Yamaha Rev 7. The harmonizer should be an SPX 90. And the mixing table, I mean, this is standard. The mixing table should have 8 ins, 2 outs, 2 auxes, because you need 8 inputs, 6 for the microphones, and 2 for the effects, which are in effects loop. So there's no like digital signal processing like with Max MSP or any sort of computer involved. It's just these either digital or analog devices, really. And she even gives the like how you're supposed to tune these specific pieces of equipment, etc. So if you are trying to use like older gear or analog gear in a piece, this might be a good way to see how professional composers write performance notes for such a thing. A little bit about Kaija Saariaho. She's a spectral composer, although I think it may be more apt to call her a post-spectral composer. She's part of this second generation of spectral composers. If you look at her works list, it's really impressive in terms of size. Like, she has it divided up by years here, but you can see through the 70s she was writing like between 1 and 5 commissions a year. And then if we go to the early 2000s, it's more like 8 commissions a year. And in total, it is a very large body of work. Just constantly being productive and writing all kinds of pieces. So Kaija Saariaho was born in 1952, and she passed away recently, just in 2023. And she's born in Finland, studied composition in Helsinki, Freiburg, and then Paris. She lived in Paris from 1982 until her death, and she studied at IRCAM, the Parisian Center for Electroacoustic Experimentation, and these institutions had a major influence on her music, even her acoustic music, which makes up the bulk of her work. This piece, Lichtbogen, is listed in her bio as a breakthrough piece. She was very successful in the field of opera. Some of her operas were written from 2000 until 2020 was the latest one. And I guess this last one, Innocence, is considered her masterpiece. By and large, a very accomplished person, practically an institution at this point. And her website is incredibly informative, so I encourage you to check it out. I don't think I can say much more that isn't already here. If you need a link to the recording which I'm listening to, it's in the video description today. Okay, yeah, really fantastic, unapologetically out there piece. And yeah, I can't believe it doesn't stand stronger in my memory, because it's really leaving an impression on me today. It starts with this unison idea, which I think is super strong on the F sharp. And it comes back to that F sharp again actually later, but it just keeps exploring the upper realms of the ensemble, and I think it's really striking just how much of the like extreme upper register she uses, and in such a delicate and daring way. I think when you embark on a spectral project, you have a lot of pitch information to sift through often, and a lot of it is often very, very high, like high partials. And the tendency is to transpose things an octave or two or three down and play with the information in that way. But there's something to be said for just playing the frequencies that you're working with, even if they're extremely high. The rhythmic textures throughout the piece were really engaging. There was always this layer of sustain and this rhythmic layer, and it felt very sparkly and loose, and but the rhythms were meticulously notated, and there were moments when, like at the end here, where the rhythms come together in sort of a metered thing, but it all felt rhythmically very carefully controlled, and I imagine a lot of planning went into it and transcribing. Also, I think the electronics, while subtle, really went a long way. Like just having the ensemble amplified and being able to blend better really went a long way. And having this element of like reverb and harmonizing going on, it just made everything that much more accessible and also intriguing. And I think it'd be really interesting to hear it live with the proper equipment, not just a approximation on a computer, like the actual equipment. I think it'd be really fascinating to put together and hear. The actual like effect itself doesn't change, right? It's just the same effect the whole time, but just changing the parameter around what's being played, I think, is really effective, right? Like, for example, these little markings here just instruct somebody who's running sound to bring out the effects loop or the effects and bring it back down to nothing. Tomorrow, I believe we're going to look at our first chamber opera. It's a piece by Victor Rasgado, and since it's Saturday, I can actually get up early and take the time to like put that video together properly. So hopefully that'll be a lot of fun, and it'll be a new piece for most of my audience here. And yeah, thank you for tuning in. Hope you explore more of Saariaho's music. So this morning I'm going to be listening to a chamber opera by Victor Rasgado. It's a one-act opera titled Anacleto Morones, and it was composed in 1991. The libretto is based on a short story of the same title by Juan Rulfo. Singers required. There are 4 lead roles: Lucas Lucitero, tenor; Pancha Fregoso, contralto; Nieves Garcia, mezzo-soprano; and then Anacleto Morones, baritone. There are also 4 minor roles, all of which are soloists in a larger female chorus. So, and these, the soloists that you would need are a soprano, a mezzo-soprano, a first alto, and a second alto. So they could act as section leaders, basically. This piece calls for a female chorus of 10 to 18 singers. So at its minimum, there should be 3 sopranos, 2 mezzo-sopranos, 3 first altos, and 2 second altos. If you want to go with a bigger production, you could have 5 sopranos, 4 mezzo-sopranos, 5 first altos, 4 second altos. The instrumentation for the orchestra is 1-1-1-1, 1-1-1-1, 2 percussions, 1-1-1-1. And there's one scene in the piece that requires playback of magnetic tape, which is fixed media. The setup for the orchestra: in the front row near the director should be the 2 violins, viola, clarinet, oboe, flute, and then behind them the bass, cello, and bassoon. Then the brass behind that, and then the 2 percussionists. The percussion setups are as follows. This is what the first percussion setup should look like. You have to their right tam-tam next to a gong, then a vibraphone with cowbells on a stand above it, and then a bunch of smaller percussions. We have suspended cymbals, guiro, metal chimes, rototoms, 4 of them, glass chimes, wood blocks, and military drum. So you can see the chimes are set up behind the drums, and on the complete opposite side of the tam-tam are the wood blocks. The second percussion has a even bigger setup. So they need, they basically have a bass drum behind them, and next to that, latigo. But next, also on the other side of the bass drum, they have a marimba with wood blocks in front of it, and bongos and congas with 4 cowbells in front of them, a triangle, 2 timbales with I guess even more cowbells in front of it, and then another gong and tubular bells. So lots of percussion. It is a 2-hour piece. A little bit about the plot here. Anacleto Morones is being regarded as a saint by a group of nuns, or basically a group of women from a small parish, and they congregate to go find him, and he's dead. They meet at his estate Lucas Lucitero, and they've traveled from this distant town of Amula just to come find Anacleto Morones' child and make them a saint. And the dark undertone is that Lucas has murdered Anacleto. And these women sort of like trap him. He's unable to throw them out of his house. So because they've traveled so far, he just invites them to drink some water and rest. Some of the women leave. Some of the women are more devoted to this cause. One of them being Pancha Fregoso. And throughout the night, Lucas refuses to admit that Anacleto was any kind of holy person. Basically, it's a bit sardonic, and the undertone is that Anacleto Morones has slept with all these women, and the reason why they're worshiping him is because he's given them so much pleasures in life. But there's nothing holy about him or his son. His son just has murdered him, basically. So, yeah, that's the plot, basically. And there's definitely a lot of like comedy and tragedy, and I think if you look into the story itself, it probably has some political connotations. There's a bunch of stuff on how to pronounce the text, and he has many symbols for, like, example, transitioning between vowels, or making the voice more sonorous or nasal. And then he has a bunch of IPA stuff here, which is really useful for singers, just knowing for certain how to pronounce everything the way the composer wants. I think is a big deal. And I'm sure in the context of the piece it'll make sense. Victor Rasgado died in 2023, very recently, and was born in 1959. And he's a Mexican composer with international success. He studied at the National School of Music, at the Tiamatiname Research Center and Musical Studies Center for Research and Musical Studies in Mexico. He also studied history at the Metropolitan Autonomous University. He continued his studies with Franco Donatoni at the Giuseppe Verdi Conservatory of Milan, and he founded, alongside Juan Trigos, the Sones Contemporaneos Ensemble, which specialized in the performance of contemporary Mexican performers. His opera Anacleto Morones is his most famous work, and it received the Orpheus Prize for chamber operas. And his music is quite extensive, mostly chamber music. And he spent most of his life living in and around Mexico City. Okay, hopefully that's enough of an introduction for you. I don't think I'm going to read the short story this morning, but the opera is 2 hours long. It's all handwritten, this score. And it's about 200 pages of music. If you want the recording that I'm listening to, it's in the video description. Okay, so yeah, I really had a lot of fun revisiting this. I think I've only listened to it once before. A couple things before I start giving my opinions. I lied. It's only about an hour and a half long, and the score is not 200 pages. It's more like 360 pages because I had the PDF split up here. It really does feel like a dialogue between the tenor, soloist, and the female chorus for a lot of the piece. So there's a lot of really interesting choir writing, in combination with different families of the orchestra. Sometimes the choir is completely exposed. There's a lot of, like, in the first half of the piece, there's a lot of full chorus stuff where all 10 parts are independent, and it's very, like, textural. And it was, just a lot of cool use of female voice on stage. It's a fantastic presence to have so many female singers on stage, and the sound of it is just amazing. Just this really loud female chorus versus one tenor voice. You really hear, like, it's an inherently funny scenario. There's a certain comedic value in how much louder the women sound, and how it's apparent how easily they could overpower this man, but they're so conservative and provincial, I guess, that they just most of them just end up leaving. And there's he's sort of just playing with them the entire time. The use of tape was interesting. It was sort of like, in this production, there's a very long portion of the piece for solo clarinet and tape, and in this production they used that time to show Lucas murdering Anacleto on stage. And the other part where the tape comes in is, like, also very dark lighting, might have something to do with the murder, or personally I found those parts to be the least successful. They seem to, like, add drama to the story that was already there. And the electronic sounds were a little bit dated to my ears. There was a lot of, like, orchestral sounds or percussion sounds that were either synthesized or heavily manipulated by electronics, and then in this case, like, re-recorded from the hall. Some of my favorite moments were towards the end. There's a duet between Lucas and Pancha with a brass accompaniment, like just the 4 brass instruments, and it's really fantastic and powerful, and it illustrates the sort of parodic nature of the piece, because it's played straight like a love duet, but it's like the worst couple you could imagine. This guy's a murderer, and they should have nothing but contempt for one another, and probably do. It was just really fun. And another moment I really liked was towards the middle of the piece. There's a choir solo called like In Unico or something. Actually, let me just point out what I'm talking about here. Eris El Unico, scene 9, I think, was one of my favorite parts, and then this 12th scene was also really interesting, I thought. There's no shortage of sopranos in the opera world, and it's a highly competitive field, and even at the university level, the women far outnumber the men in most vocal opera programs. So I think this piece could have a really utilitarian function, getting lots of singers to work together on a project. And I also just think that the content of the story is really unique and interesting and fun, and I think it would resonate more with contemporary audiences than a lot of opera standards. I think it's it's funny, and it's also very dark. It takes place, I think, based on Rolfo's other work. I think this should take place around the Mexican Revolution. So there's all of that like cultural baggage to it as well. As far as Rasgado's use of the ensemble, I love the segmentation of the ensemble into different families and giving equal importance to all families. Like, it's not, the strings are really not the foundation of this ensemble. There's like a lot of just brass, a lot of just winds, a lot of unpitched percussion. Because this is a modernist score, it's really based around like part writing, and Rasgado, I think, is just as good at weaving a couple lines into something interesting as a dozen lines of music. It's all dense regardless. So in that sense, it's a very flexible type of writing that can use any member of the ensemble, really. The finale is dedicated to his teacher, Franco Donatoni, so you can assume that this was written after he studied with Donatoni and with his, like, carrying his aesthetics and teachings. So, yeah, that was Anacleto Morones, our first proper opera that we've looked at, and I highly recommend you check it out and advocate for more performances of it in any capacity. It's about time we listen to some John Zorn. So this is a chamber ensemble piece called For Your Eyes Only, and the full instrumentation is 1-1-1-1, 2-2-1-1, 3 percussion, harp, piano, 1-1-1-1-1. Now the percussion list is very extensive. First percussion has 4 timpani, vibe, xylophone, glock, tubular bells, handbells, belltree, crotales, 2 bongos, 2 triangles, crash cymbals, suspended cymbals, 2 tam-tams, flexitone, wind chimes, castanets, 2 maracas. Percussion 2 is 2 timpani, glockenspiel, tubular bells, handbells, herd bells, 2 bongos, tom-tom, 2 conga drums, cuica, timbales, bass drum, triangle, crash cymbal, suspended cymbal, anvil, tam-tam, thunder sheet, ratchet, slapstick, woodblock, 5 tempo blocks, 2 maracas. Percussion 3 is handbells, drum set, rototom, conga drum, triangle, crash cymbals, 2 tam-tams, claves, slapstick, guiro, and jawbone. Like of a donkey to play the teeth of the thing. Sorry, just grabbing some coffee. A couple weird things about this I'm noticing already. The orchestra list is not in proper order. We have the horn up in with the woodwinds and the second horn below the trumpets. Another problem I'm seeing is the first 2 percussionists are both playing timpani. If you know anything about budgeting an orchestra, I mean, this is a chamber orchestra, so it might be different, but typically the timpanist is only paid to play timpani, and you have to pay them second paycheck, basically, to play any percussion instruments. So to have more than one percussionist play timpani, I think, is a bit ill-advised. The third percussionist's drum set is snare, 2 rack toms, 2 floor toms, bass drum, hi-hat, and then 2 suspended cymbals, probably a crash and a ride. So you're like the most standard snare drum, the most standard drum set you could think of. There are some percussion effects that have to happen. You have to break glass, you have to put chains on metal, you have to break bottles, slam a door, hammer nail into wood, hammer nail on wood, you have to have two suspended cymbals on the vibraphone, and then you have to have a suspended cymbal on the timpani. And we'll see in the recording how these different effects are negotiated. It's interesting that he lists them separate from the percussionist, so it's really up to the three of them to decide where to do this, when to do it, who's doing it. A little bit about John Zorn before we start listening. So John Zorn is a American composer, conductor, saxophonist, arranger, and producer. He's based in New York, born in 1953. He established this record label Zadig, which you may be familiar with if you listen to noise music. It's the label that really brought prestige to Merzbow's vinyl records, and it's an experimental music label that's released a number of music, including John Zorn's own. Has founded a number of experimental bands, basically, like avant-garde bands. Naked City is a very good example of this. It's the one I'm most familiar with, at least. And the genres that he has pioneered in include like grindcore, klezmer, jazz. Yeah, as a jazz performer, he has sort of hard bop credentials. As a member of the Sonny Clark Memorial Quartet. The whole idea with this piece is that it's imitating a TV, like flipping channels on a TV. So it's like if you had a remote and were controlling an orchestra with it. Really, because he has such a strong background in jazz, his work centers around the production of records. It's not like scores are his only thing. The score is just a means to make a record. In concert music, it's just a way to communicate with classical musicians to make a record with them, basically. So that's what we're getting into today. If you want to listen along, link is in the description. This piece is about 13 minutes long, so it shouldn't take up much of your time. Yeah, so this was a lot of fun to follow along. Yeah, I think it had a lot of surprising amount of like classical sensibility, like the loud opening with the oboe solo right after really establishes what this piece is going to be doing, what it's about. And this ending, while a little bit cartoony and sort of like evil villain-y, sounds like an ending, right? And it's very small and immediate, but that sort of is in keeping with the rest of the piece. And there was, for example, some of the more dense textures where 2 or 3 things were going on at the same time were saved for the end. A lot of the longer stretches of things were saved for the second half, and a lot of like the solos were placed very smartly. There's another solo moment for oboe in the middle and a big flute moment at the end, towards the end. And there's also this harp glissando, which happens a minute from the start and also a minute from the end or so. So there's like some sort of formal thing going on, some symmetry, but it all feels very loose and improvised. The percussion the whole time was really cool. I like the use of harp and piano in soloist capacities. And yeah, I think it accomplished what it set out to do very well. So yeah, this is the only Zorn score that I have, but I'm glad we looked at it. It's very unique, and sometimes the stereotypical way of using instruments is the funnest way, and the most satisfying way to hear them. Hearing a drum set being played like a drum set, a harp just doing a cheesy gliss, is really satisfying in its own way. And yeah, I think the medium of chamber orchestra really suited this piece well. If this was for full orchestra, it would be less successful because chamber orchestra has this sort of like nebulous identity. Is it a chamber group? Is it an orchestra? Is it just a bunch of soloists? That medium really lends itself to this type of project specifically. So overall, pretty smart. Alright, so today's listening session is going to be this piece by Jonathan Harvey called Bhakti. And it's for chamber ensemble and 4-channel audio. It's from 1982. But the ensemble is so big that I'm going to call it chamber orchestra. And the instrumentation is 1120, 1110, percussion, harp, piano, and then 21110. There's 3 violins. I'm just saying that there's 2 first violins. The distinction doesn't really matter. Flute doubles piccolo, oboe doubles English horn, clarinet doubles on E flat. Then there's a dedicated bass clarinet for the clarinet 2 part. Trumpet doubles on piccolo trumpet. And the percussion list is vibes, tubular bells, marimba, crotals, tam-tam, medium gong, 2 suspended cymbals, triangle, 2 wood blocks, 2 temple blocks, and 3 tom-toms. And the piano doubles on Glock. The tape part is notated in the score. There's several cues for it. And if you were to put this on nowadays, you could probably just set up a queuing system on a laptop to play the fixed media part digitally. And the yeah, that's about it for the instrumentation. Jonathan Harvey is known to use spectral techniques, and he has this notation for quarter tone accidentals. The notation for quarter tone sharp that he uses is just a plus sign, which is a little bit atypical. He also has symbols for slightly sharp and slightly flat. That would be something like a 6th tone or an 8th tone difference. And then, yeah, that's about it. So, the first page here, you can see it starts with a cello harmonic, and then cello and viola harmonics going into a tape part drone on the same note. And yeah, it's a very big piece. This is 136 pages of music, and I'm excited to see what it's all about. I think I've listened to this once before, but since then I started working with electronics myself, so I have a much better appreciation for mixed media works now. And yeah, I'll give a brief intro to this composer, and then we will get into it. Jonathan Harvey lived from 1939 to 2012, and he's a British composer. He studied with Erwin Stein and Hans Keller. Then he took up a fellowship at Princeton University, worked at IRCAM in the 80s, and was invited by Pierre Boulez to work there. And he's most famous for his works that he produced at IRCAM, which included a large composition for orchestra and electronics called Speakings. I believe there he also composed his very famous fixed media work on the bell. Let's see, Mortuos Plango Vivos Voco. If you've only heard one piece by him, it's probably this piece. That's a very successful spectral electronic work, and it's a considerable piece of research because he sampled bell at Winchester Cathedral and then did a spectral analysis of that. But this piece was written about 2 years later. He held some sort of composer residency position with the BBC Scottish Symphony Orchestra. And then he was composer in residence at Huddersfield shortly before he died at age 73. So this was another IRCAM commission, Bhakti. 12 short movements totaling 50 minutes with 36 subsections, each one defined by a number of instruments playing a certain pitch cell. So serial work. I think Harvey was famous for these like little pitch cells that he worked with. So there's some sort of repetition going on with the pitch over the course of the work. Symmetrical musical form. And everything is free from bass functions because it's atonal music. And then the tape is composed of sounds which are drawn from the ensemble and then mixed by a computer. It is in dialogue with the ensemble, and from what I remember, I think the tape is pretty minimal. It's very difficult to work with this sort of thing with 1980s equipment. So, and then there's a quotation from the Rig Veda at the end of each movement. So these are Sanskrit hymns that are about 4,000 years old, and I think this sort of Orientalism isn't uncommon in Harvey's work from this time. If you want to just go straight to the recording, it's in the description to this video. I'll be giving my thoughts after the listen here, and if you're curious what I think, feel free to stick around. Okay, yeah, super cool performance by Ensemble Intercontemporain. And really nice score to look at. It's very detailed, and the engraving is really nice. It's all hand engraved. It was interesting to see how the tape was notated. It was like very pitched, so you got to see like every note that was in the tape part and how it was coordinated with the ensemble. Sometimes Harvey would have the tape cue a section of the ensemble, or they'd have to, a performer would have to match dynamics with the tape or match pitch with the tape. And I thought overall the interaction between ensemble and electronics was very intriguing and interesting throughout. If you were trying to do something similar with like orchestra sounds, like pre-recorded orchestra sounds, I think this is a piece to look at for sure, because it's not so like this, the electronics aren't so foreign to the ensemble that it's intrusive. but they also have a good amount of like processing on them, to the point where they sound otherworldly, and I'm sure the spatialization would play a big role in like uh, immersing you in these sort of otherworldly extensions of the ensemble. And I think that's an important feature of it. Halfway point in the recording, there was not a lot of score left, and I was wondering, like, okay, how are we fitting another half hour into this little score here? But there was some movements toward the end that were a lot sparser and had a lot more tape involved, like the solo horn movement and movement 9, where there's just like these three orchestral hits. So it definitely got a lot like darker and sparser as the piece progressed, and I kind of liked that more meditative stuff a bit more than the more active stuff in the first movements, which I think uh, were interesting but drew a lot of their um, gestures and rhythms from like Messiaen. I may have not been in the best mood to listen to it today. It definitely requires like you to be in the this certain headspace where you're gonna spend an hour on it, and I think it's probably a lot more successful in a live setting to be have this ensemble in front of you. His notation is really fun, and his use of aleatory is really cool. There's a lot of different contexts where he has little aleatoric cells. Sometimes only some of the ensemble has them, and others are following the conductor. Sometimes the whole ensemble has them, but their entrances are cued. Um, and sometimes it's just a soloist playing very loosely along with the tape. And I thought that that stuff was all really valuable if you wanted to write um, like a mix of aleatoric and metered music. This would be something to look at. None of the electronics sounded particularly dated to me. I think for a spectral piece for large ensemble and electronics, most teachers go straight to the Tristan Murail disintegrations. But I think this could be as valuable, maybe more valuable, because it is split up into smaller movements, and you could work with students on a movement, just talking about one or two movements with somebody, and you could point out specific uses of electronics a bit better, I think. So I think this piece does have a lot of like pedagogical value, um, and I think it's a shame that I'm discovering it through this random collection of PDFs. I really wish that a teacher had introduced me to this piece earlier, because I think it could have really informed a lot of my work. Because there's a lot of parts of this that are quite accessible. Like the first movement is just like a drone movement, and lots of students are, when they start working with electronics, that's like the first thing they do, especially electronics plus instruments. So it's important to be able to point to something and be like, hey, it's been done before. This is how Harvey did it. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, we're gonna look at some Sciarrino. I think this is just a chamber orchestra piece. Yeah, very different from the Sciarrino we've looked at in the past, because we haven't. In this series, we looked at his song cycle, but this I think is just a instrumental one, and it's like 20 years older. So, yeah, that's it for today, and and yeah, that's great that we got to look at some Jonathan Harvey for the first time. Alright, so today's piece is by Salvatore Sciarrino. It's called Introduzione all'Oscuro, and it's for chamber orchestra. The full instrumentation is 1111, 1110, and then 11111. So, yeah, just sort of the bare minimum to be to firmly be a chamber orchestra. There's no percussion, no nothing special, which is kind of interesting. There's not even any auxiliary instruments, really. Although I think you do need an alto flute for the flautist to double on. And this score, I apologize that it's a little bit of a bad quality scan, but there's all kinds of performance notes here. So the circle at the end of crescendi, decrescendi from niente, and there's timbral trills in the flute, which indicate like alternating between two different harmonics, basically. Covering the mouthpiece with the lips. Let's see. Rapid glissandi. There's some oboe multiphonics. There's a whole bunch of clarinet, like timbral trills and multiphonics, but they're the quiet clarinet multiphonics that are sort of dyads around the first break. There's like a couple spots on the instrument where there's like several different fingerings for a single pitch, and Sciarrino's playing with that. The bassoon has some multiphonics. The brass has fast tremolo things and also breath tone. And then, of course, the strings have the widest variety of effects. So, wide vibrato, trills on harmonics, harmonic glissandi, just harmonics themselves, bowed tremolo, jeté, extreme uses of dynamics, and register, which play into the specific techniques that he's calling for. If you're interested in learning more about Sciarrino, I will put the episode number in the subtitle here. This is like a composer we've looked at in a few different episodes. So the first one will be the one with his bio and stuff. Okay, let's look at the earcom info here. Dedicated to Riccardo Scialli, and interpreted first by the London Sinfonietta, directed by Oliver Knussen. In general, we call an introduction a piece that precedes another, announces or suggests elements, sometimes in contrasting characters. This is not the case in this piece, where the word fully assumes the meaning of an expectation. In Introduzione all'Oscuro, the imitation, the transfer of certain physiological sounds is obvious, a kind of objectification, a mute dramatization of the heartbeat and breathing. Here the music tends to invert the terms of absence and presence, displacing them towards what is spectral. Big air quotes. What is announced is not perceived. What remains is a blind and enigmatic movement and acceleration and deceleration of periodic pulsations. A few reminiscences of songs appear, shreds of reality in this climate of tension, not only with the magical indifference of things that are familiar to us, but even more, almost like limpid epiphanies. So, I do vaguely recall the heartbeat and breathing stuff, that is a big part of this piece. And I do remember a climax culminating with some more like melodic, typically musical things. This piece left a really big impression on me when I first listened to a recording of it, like years and years ago. So I'm excited to get back into it. And it's a very economical piece in terms of the ensemble size and the duration. It's only about 14 minutes long. We may see a lot of effects here that are also a big part of Quaderno di Strada, which we looked at just last week. And yeah, if you want a link to the recording that I'm listening to, it's in the video description. Right. Yeah, very cool piece. I was almost nodding off a little bit there because I'm very tired, but that it has nothing to do with my interest in the piece. It was very interesting throughout. It was just very hypnotic at times. Yeah, a lot of techniques that were in the song cycle we looked at earlier, but I think this was a more through composed integrated use of them. And this stuff with the heartbeat and the breathing, especially at the very beginning, is like dead simple to write, but very, very powerful in its like minimalism, how exposed it is. So as it's the mark of a, well, I shouldn't say something too cheesy, but you can tell that Sciarrino at this point in his career has written a lot of music because he is not just trying to show off with all these techniques. He has more sophisticated sections where everything's very complicated and dense, and then he has sections that are just very simple and add so much to the piece. The pacing and the drama of it is really good. The climax where there's like some sort of melodic thing being introduced, I forgot that there's like a string overpressure distortion drone at the same time, and it sounds almost like a AM radio static or something. It's very evocative. These techniques, for the most part, are very, very quiet. Like, if you saw this live, it would be incredibly quiet. And you really notice that when there are these, like, fortissimo micro moments that burst out of the ensemble because they're so much louder than the majority of the piece, everything that's happening around them. And it's very powerful because you're kind of on the edge of your seat, and you don't know when another outburst like that's going to happen, and you're listening very closely to these quiet things. And I think the breathing into the instrument, like the flute, and the breathing into the brass instruments, like, to match that dynamic level with everything else that's going on, you have to be able to play incredibly, incredibly quiet. And the breathing is actually a very good way to measure the quietness of the ensemble. That's something very concrete to measure yourself against. It's one of the quietest sounds that you can make with a wind instrument or a brass instrument. So definitely very functional. And yeah, hopefully you found it as interesting as I did. This is also another piece which kind of has to be for chamber orchestra. You could not do this with a full orchestra. So that's another interesting thing about it, and I'm glad that it's on this roster here. So on the docket tomorrow, you know what? I think we're going, as much as I want to go to Grisey tomorrow, we're going to look at another chamber opera by Peter Maxwell Davies. That'll be tomorrow's thing. So stay tuned for that. Okay, so today we're looking at a piece by Peter Maxwell Davies, and it's a chamber opera. It's called The Martyrdom of Saint Magnus, and here's my score. So I bought this score at a university book sale in London, Ontario, and you see it's quite thick, but it's not the longest opera. It's only 9 scenes. But yeah, this is a pretty cumbersome score to work with. But it's got nice silver ink, and it was published in 1977. The libretto is by George Mackay Brown, and the piano reduction in this score is by Richard Emsley. So some info here. Commissioned by the BBC for the Queen's Silver Jubilee. First performed at a BBC invitation concert in St. Magnus Cathedral, Kirkwall, Orkney on the 18th of June 1977. First performance made possible by the provision of additional funds by the St. Magnus Orkney Islands Festival Committee. So, we might take a look at Google Earth just to show you where these Orkney Islands are, what they look like, because this medieval plot takes place in a specific place and was written for that place to be performed there. So the cast is 5 characters. Tenor Neil Mackey, baritone 1 Michael Rippon, baritone 2 Brian Rayner Cook, bass Ian Comboy, mezzo-soprano Mary Thomas. These are the original performers. And then you can see the instrumentation is 1100, 1200, 1 percussion, 1 keyboardist, 1 guitarist, and then 00110 for the strings. So barely a chamber orchestra, but so Sebastian Bell, David Campbell, John Butterworth, John Wallace, Norman Archibald, Gregory Knowles, Stephen Pruslin, Timothy Walker, Beverly Davidson, and Leslie Shringley Jones were the original pit orchestra. And the premiere was conducted by the composer, directed by Murray Melvin, produced by Judy Arnold, with set designs and costume designs by Sue Plummer, lighting by Mark Pritchard, and Chris Misselbrook as the stage manager. And you can see that each singer has to play multiple roles, so there's a lot of bit parts. I might not go through all of them right now, but the Earl Magnus is the tenor. That's the big role. And I think the antagonist is Earl Hakon, which is the bass. The piece is based on the novel Magnus by George Mackay Brown. And it's 9 scenes played without a break. Should be played in a round hall with a small audience. And the audience should be seated in a circle around the performers. And natural light is preferred. And there's some notes here about like what the costume should look like, what the props should look like. I'm not going to get into that. I think more or less the plot is like Saint Magnus was a pacifist during times of war, and there's all kinds of political goings on where some people are trying to take over the Orkney Islands, and their king is refusing to fight but also refusing to give it up. And it all takes place in like the 12th century. Some of the doublings here. This is the full instrumentation page. So flute doubles on piccolo, alto flute, clarinet, doubles on bass. The percussion consists of 2 bass drums, pedal timpani, side drum, small side drum with a snare, so basically a snare drum, rototoms, large cymbal, Chinese cymbal, small Chinese cymbal, crotals, nipple gongs, tam-tam, a large Japanese gong, blackboard, sandpaper, plastic, soap dish, glockenspiel, marimba, claves, flexitone, railway whistle, tabor, and Australian Aboriginal bull roarer. If you are familiar with the 8 Songs for a Mad King, that also has some rototoms and didgeridoo, and it's a very large percussion list like this. So this is something that Davies would have been known for by this point in his career, and I'm sure he's keeping a lot of things that he knows work. Scene 1, Act 1 starts with the mezzo-soprano, Blind Mary, singing a cappella, and she's singing about this warp being stretched, which is made of the guts of men killed in war, and it's a very dark opening. You can see all of this is handwritten. I assumed it was Davies that handwrote this, but apparently someone else did the piano reductions, so maybe it was them. And overall, it's just a very neat score. There's nothing in particular that I want to show. I just kind of want to show off how pretty this little object is. I think it'd be very functional in a performance setting for a conductor. I think it's 9x10, but it's 16 staves per page, and the staves themselves look to be about a centimeter in width. It's just very nice staff paper. I wish I had a blank staff paper notebook like this. It'd be amazing. One interesting thing is that the ending, there's some aleatory, so I might as well show that. So in the last scene, we get these 4 monks chanting. I don't know how clear this is going to be. But the 4 monks chanting, I think, just continue chanting along. Here's the instruction. The 4 monks and the percussion player repeat this until Mary's Saint Magnus keep us from bedlam of sacrifice. Right, so we're waiting on the mezzo-soprano, and she's singing her stuff, and we just have these nice wavy lines indicating that the monks continue chanting, and it's a nice little bit of aleatory at the end. I thought it was really pretty. I love these hand-drawn waves. So there's something definitely very ritualistic about it, and dark. But yeah, that's the score. Hopefully seeing it in the flesh inspires you to put on a performance of your own, or at least try to get a PDF. So this is St. Magnus Church at Ailes. You can see it's kind of the ruins of a church, but this is an important location in our in the plot of our opera here. You can see how just flat and gorgeous everything is, but as you can imagine, the Orkney Islands are very rural, but you can see the water just, from one side to the other. You're surrounded, really. They're quite small. This island seems to be quite small, except maybe in this direction. And yeah, if we zoom out a bit, you can see that's the long direction down there. And these are the islands themselves. So these are in Scotland. If we zoom out even further, you can see it's really at the tip of Scotland here. So this is the space that it was premiered in. That's the cathedral right there. And Kirkwall is this municipality here on the largest island. It seems to be the largest thing around. I think it's fascinating that such a big piece in the composer's catalog was funded and premiered in such a remote location. So for a long time I was just playing this at the piano, or trying to. And then I was delighted to find this just a couple years ago. And this will be my second time listening to this recording. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. And yeah, this will be a fun one. It was fun to listen to, along with the score. I think the beginning of the last scene is a better example of aleatory. I don't know if you can see it, but there's these staggered entrances where everybody's playing out of time, and it's a cool effect. Yeah, that's what I remembered about the last scene. The monks singing is a cool effect too. Hopefully I didn't hype it up too much. I found the plot to be pretty corny. Like, it's really dead easy to follow, and a lot of characters aren't fleshed out at all, and a lot of the darker themes and spooky things are, just really over the top and not subtle at all. And the reporters thing in scene 8 seems a bit like, I don't know what was the goal of that. Maybe to make the whole story more like relevant to the present or to the 1970s, but I felt like it was really unnecessary. But some of the things I liked were, like, I am a big fan of Davies' writing for like one or two voices. I think I'm really the more exposed moments where I get to see his part writing, it's really interesting. And I really liked the way he set English text. I thought the pacing was really nice, and it really felt organic. It felt like someone singing to you in English. There was nothing weird about it. And it's in this sort of like free prose, which I think is interesting. So the music is really built around the delivery of the text. That's another thing that is really noticeable about 8 songs for Mad King. And here it's the same skill, but applied to a full opera. My favorite scene was probably scene 5. I think that's the one where St. Magnus is boating over to Ailes, this little island we were looking at, to meet his doom, and he realizes that he is going to be killed there, but goes on ahead. I think that was the least cheesy scene, and also had the most character development, and you really got to see his character for a second there. I also liked the stuff with Blind Mary. It was fun. The very opening of the piece is really nice, and I like the use of guitar to highlight her and pairing her with that interesting instrumental inclusion. Yeah, overall really cool instrumentation. I found at times the harpsichord and guitar got really covered up, but the use of brass was really fun, and I think the use of celesta really worked when it was there with alongside percussion. The pitch percussion stuff was nice, like the Glock and the few marimba parts, and I felt like the little transitions that he wrote for the instrumental ensemble were really tasteful and got you from point A to point B really well. This would be a great piece to recommend a student who's trying to write an English opera because it uses some cutaway score stuff where people are in different, like people are out of sync. It has some aleatoric stuff, and it just has a lot of nice like pairings of different instruments with voice and layerings of multiple voices singing at the same time, and I think it's a good solid example of like English opera doing all of those interesting effective things that are also not that hard to wrap your head around and write in your own chamber opera. That was The Martyrdom of Saint Magnus, and I'm glad I listened to it, but honestly, it's just an excuse to look at this random physical score I found. Tomorrow we're going to be listening to Partials, so. Okay, today I'm going to be listening to Partials by Grisey. It's a piece from 1975 for chamber orchestra, and it's the most famous piece by Gérard Grisey, probably also the most famous piece of the French spectral movement. And it is for chamber orchestra, which I think is very interesting. I can't think of a lot of composers whose most famous work is for chamber orchestra, but Grisey is one of them. The specific ensemble is 2130, 2010, two percussions, accordion, and then 11211 for the strings. So, and the flutes both double on piccolo. The oboist doubles on English horn. First clarinet doubles on E flat. Second clarinet doubles on A. The third clarinet is bass clarinet doubling on contrabass clarinet. And the accordion needs to have a chromatic bass. The trombone needs to have an assortment of mutes: plunger, ball, Robinson, wah-wah, and velvet. The percussion list is vibe, glock, gong on a low E, tam-tam, cymbal, a pair of like cymbals you crash together, three snare drums, I think, two tabors, three different sizes of tom, bass drum, and two other drums. Some of the accessories, mutes for the toms, and some polystyrene paper. Some polystyrene plaques, some paper, some metallic paper. The crumpling paper stuff is towards the end of the piece. Yeah, that's that. So some interesting things about the ensemble. I think it's really interesting that there's an extra viola. This is likely because in this piece, to put it in context, is part of a series of pieces called Les Espaces Acoustiques, and the first movement of that series is a solo viola piece. So continuing the trend, there is more viola than you would expect in this ensemble. Trombone is kind of the big standout instrument, which could be why there's no trumpet to compete with it. The only other brass is conical brass, two horns. And you'll see very quickly that the trombone is the focus of this piece. So I think that's sort of accounts for the tweaking of the standard ensemble here. So this is like erratically changing dynamics, which can be controlled by decrescendos and crescendi, where you would like over time change the upper and lower bounds of this randomness. And he has quarter tone accidentals. In this piece he uses all quarter tone sharps and six tone sharps, and imperceptible attack symbol. He has like different accelerando, decelerando, grace note things. The durations of notes you'll see are with horizontal lines, which bears visual similarity to a spectrogram, which is kind of the spoilers point of the piece. Is like this opening gesture is like the spectrogram of a trombone note. Sort of like hallmark of spectral music is the imitation of electroacoustic technologies and techniques, but with acoustic instruments. And this is like a textbook example. You got this low E, which the trombone is playing, but also the double bass is playing, and then these, if you slow down a trombone's note and look at the spectra, the entrances of the spectra are a bit delayed, and the upper harmonics come in before some of the lower ones, and that's sort of like typical of brass instruments. It's what gives brass their timbre. So that's what's going on here. This is like a super slowed down trombone note, and you can find lots of, not lots of essays, but a fair bit of research has just been on what is the significance of this, what does it mean for the spectral movement, that sort of thing. What I think is interesting is this phrase repeats over and over again, so it really cements itself in your mind before the piece continues, and then you get the same gesture but slightly different every time, right? Grisey starts to play with the number of partials that come in, when they come in, which come first, which come later, and you can see the sort of shape of it changes from page to page. And that's eventually things start to get more and more dissonant and inharmonic, you could say. They get further away from this ideal trombone sound, and that's how the piece starts to progress. Another thing you might find fun is at the very end we have this crumpling paper idea, where different ensemble members have pieces of paper, but the very last thing you see on stage is one of the percussionists, percussion one, taking a pair of cymbals and slowly opening them until they rest. And the next piece in the series, Les Espaces, starts with a cymbal crash. So this really encourages you to play both pieces back to back in concert, because if you don't, you just have to awkwardly hold this until either people start applauding or the percussionist just gives up and then people start applauding. But this little guy, who's very happy to be doing this, definitely communicates the playfulness of spectralism. A lot of people forget that it is definitely a movement with a sense of humor and a little bit not transgressive, but it's trying to do something different and push people, and it's saying that modern music uh, needs to change to reflect like modern technology. Um, so that's sort of the statement. And yeah, if you can get your hands on this score, I highly recommend it because it is really a beautiful handwritten score. And if you take a survey course of contemporary music, you're probably going to have to listen to this anyways, because it's just that big of a piece. Hopefully your teacher makes you listen to the whole thing and not just this first page. But you can always take the time now to click the link in the video description and listen to it along with me. I'll see you in a bit, and I'll let you know my thoughts hearing it this time.
Okay, yeah. I really liked this last section. I guess in the past I haven't appreciated it so much, but it really is a very long section from this sort of climax where everybody's doing these tremolos to the end, where things just get progressively slower. The tremolos turn into like little dips in pitch, and those turn into like really long glissandi. Still small in terms of like the pitch deviation, but like so slow. And that sort of like exponential shift in perspective is very really symbolizes electronic music to me. Like if you ever play with a analog synth and explore just like the range of an oscillator into the low frequencies and what it can do, you get these very like dramatic, like exponential changes in gesture, which are a little bit foreign to acoustic music, and it's just really cool to see. And the introduction of this high frequency noise, like people whispering and paper crumpling, and it, as everything is getting to its extreme low register, I think is really cool. It kind of reminds me of like when you take a recording and you pitch shift it down far enough. Sometimes there's like stuff that's so high it's inaudible in the like above 12,000 hertz range. Then once you keep shifting it down, it actually becomes audible, and you get like noise and static up there, and it's like there is something surreal about it, like there's people whispering suddenly and speech, but also there's this idea of like the ceiling of what you can hear has lowered, and yeah, I just think it's very theatrical and cool, and I could talk more about other sections of the piece, but I think it's all so iconic and it's been talked about to death. So if you liked a particular section, feel free to comment. Compared to the previous piece, Periode, I think this is more dramatic and noisy, and the gestures are a bit bigger in general. And not just because the ensemble's bigger, I think the gestures are actually taking up more space in the piece and going more extreme with things. And so in the scope of the whole like Les Espaces, I think it's a nice climactic moment. Once you've got into partials, it is really powerful. So yeah, that's all I have to say about this one.
All right, so
Today I'm going to be listening to the Chamber Concerto by György Ligeti, and it's a piece from 1970 for 13 musicians. This is the study score by Schott, number 6323, and it's composed for the Ensemble de Ré. The full instrumentation is 1120, 1010, percussion, keyboardist, and then 11111. So the flute's doubling on piccolo, the oboist is doubling on oboe d'amore and English horn, and the bass clarinetist also doubles on a clarinet in B flat. The first percussionist I lied as a keyboardist. There's two keyboardists, so one plays the harpsichord and harmonium, and the other one plays piano and celesta. So my mistake. So some notes on setup, performance, etc. So in this score, everything's notated in C, except for the piccolo, celesta, and double bass, which are transposed an octave. And then artificial harmonics in the double bass are notated as fingerings and transposed at the octave. And then natural harmonics are written as they sound. So that might be a point of confusion if you're looking at the bass part closely in this score. The keyboard instruments, the harpsichord should be at the left front, so that the if you imagine the lid opened, it should be projecting out into the audience. The player should also be playing this Hammond organ, which is perpendicular to the harpsichord, but still facing the conductor. And same sort of placement for the piano and celeste. The Hammond loudspeaker should be placed with its back to the audience and should be played a bit louder with its registration. I guess there's a ground noise or white noise risk with the speaker. And this note is interesting. Ligeti says that the bar lines only serve to synchronize parts and never indicate any kind of accentuation. And I think this is a unique thing in Ligeti's music, where he has these very textural sections of music that are planned out without any real meter in place, but then he adds the meter later. Yeah, I don't really have much to say. We've already looked at Ligeti in this series, so if you want a bio, I would go to this episode. And if you want the recording that I'm listening to today, it's in the video description. Okay, yeah, so for a 20-minute piece, this thing really flew by and was a lot of fun. And great examples of micropolyphony, sound mass composition, and all those sort of like hallmarks of early Ligeti. Nice big contrasts in every movement and fun endings to every movement. I think my favorite was the third, the repeated note one. It's dedicated to Frederick Kaija, and I think it's the most original of the four. It really stands out, and it's like a lot of fun, especially once the conductor cueing different changes happens here. And the opening is really distinctive too, where you get these accents coming out of all over the place while the ensemble is playing repeated notes technically. Some of the textures in the second movement reminded me a lot of the horn concerto, the Hamburg concerto that we looked at of his. Um, and I thought in the second movement the use of organ was really fun. Um, this is the first piece in the series we've looked at where an organ is used in the chamber orchestra, and I felt like in these quiet textural things, it blended really well, and it kind of is a similar thing with partials, which we looked at yesterday. The role of the accordion is like to blend woodwind sounds with other sounds in the ensemble. It's kind of the same thing here. It acts as sort of a mediator, but it can also like function as its own section essentially. Um, so yeah, I thought the use of organ was cool. The use of harpsichord was interesting at times. In dialogue with the piano, for example. Yeah, there's a lot of weird stuff with tempo and meter, which I didn't think was that necessary in the second movement, but it might be interesting to look at too. So, yeah, that's my thoughts on the Kammerkonzert, the chamber concerto by György Ligeti. I think it's a little bit more lean than a piece for full orchestra like Atmospheres, and it gives you a chance to really sink your teeth into the individual instrumental lines. I don't think it's so cumbersome that it becomes a blur. I think there is still that detail in there. It's a leaner ensemble. You get a huge contrast between the quietest dynamic of the winds and the quietest dynamic of the strings because there's so few strings, and generally really cool stuff.
Okay, so this morning I'm going to have a nice casual listen to The Unanswered Question by Charles Ives. I've heard it live in a university setting. I've heard it live in a professional orchestra setting. It's a very popular work to play because it's short, it's American, and it's easy to listen to. It's theatrical. It ticks off your whatever box you need for your orchestra's new music quota. It's for chamber orchestra. It's probably Ives' most famous work, so I guess this is another example of a composer whose most famous work is for chamber orchestra. The instrumentation is 4000 0100 11111, and it could be a number of other configurations, which I'll put on the screen. Flute 3 could be substituted for oboe. Flute 4 could be substituted for clarinet. Trumpet could be substituted for English horn, oboe, or clarinet. And the bass part isn't written in the score, but it's expected that a double bassist would just double the cello an octave below. This could be another reason why it's so often performed, is it's a very lenient score in terms of instrumentation. It's only 8 minutes long. You can put it together with almost any ensemble. You just need 2 flutes and some strings, really, and some other winds. So why don't I just read the entire performance note, because this seems even more variable than I thought. So as said before, the parts of the flute quartet may be taken by 2 flutes, upper staff oboe, and clarinet lower staff. And the trumpet part may be played by English horn, an oboe, or clarinet, if not playing in the answers, obviously, because it has to be in the audience. And then the string quartet or string orchestra, which is muted, if possible, should be off stage or away from the trumpets and flutes. I've never seen a performance where the strings were off stage, but that's what Ives wanted. Trumpet should use a mute. Yeah, if you're playing with more than a string quartet, you should add the bass player an octave below. Strings should play triple or pianissimo throughout. The silence of the Druids. Trumpets intones the perennial question of existence. And the flutes and other human beings gradually search for the answer. So the winds are supposed to represent the searching. One of the flute players may direct the wind part. I guess Ives is thinking here that in a really small chamber setting, you wouldn't even need a conductor. He has a whole paragraph about how to end the piece, making sure that the three elements give each other enough space, that the drama is obvious, or the narrative is obvious. And I guess he's predicting that if it's unconducted, it could be a little bit disorganized and people end up in the wrong spot, and he's pretty loose about how to solve that. There's something to be said for just listening to the really overplayed famous pieces just once in a while to remind yourself why it is as famous as it is. But hopefully this isn't your only familiarity with Charles Ives. I've already done a couple episodes on Ives. You can see the subtitle there, and they're very different from this piece, and really cool pieces. If you need the recording that I'm listening to today, I don't know how I'll decide what recording, but it's in the video description. I'm sure you could find recordings of this all over YouTube. And yeah, that's today's. I think I've droned on long enough.
Okay, yeah. So this ending is interesting. There's a lot of interesting notational things in the score, like the bar lines of the winds not lining up because they're playing in their own tempo. So you got polytempo stuff, polytonal stuff, atonal stuff-ish with the winds. What I really liked about the string part was how sort of non-tonal it still was, even though it was white keys. There wasn't any very clear cadential things. It's just kind of this amorphous thing with this really wide registration and a lot of G drones. But yeah, the first things you hear in the strings, I feel like this has influenced so much film music. It's unbelievable. And it's remarkable that this was written in 1908. This score was published in 1953, but 1908 is like older than the Titanic. You know, it's very, very old. I think the reason this is performed so much is because of a lot of American composers who advocated for Ives' work in the 40s and 50s, and I think it very easily could have just been another lost, unperformed piece. But yeah, it's pretty innovative. The way I've seen it staged, the trumpet is always like in the audience or off stage, and then everybody else is on stage, but I don't think that's what Ives wanted at all. Because if you think about the program note, it's like, well, the piece is about the question and the searching for answers, so obviously that would be on stage. And it makes sense that the strings would be off stage. You shouldn't be seeing this pad. Like, so I don't know if it's a practicality thing or if music directors just don't know what they're doing. Um, but yeah, I think the whole program of the piece is ruined when you don't have the strings off stage. Like that's sort of the so. Anyways, that was the unanswered question. A little bit corny, a little bit cheesy, but definitely ahead of its time, regardless. And um, yeah, hopefully you learned something with me today. If you've seen this piece, you probably didn't get as deep an introduction, so I'm glad I could offer that. The score, there's no reason not to get your hands on it. It's in the public domain, so have a look at it if it so interests you.
Okay, so this morning I'm listening to a Philippe Leroux piece, another one. I thought I was through all of the scores for chamber orchestra, but I found a bunch of other ones in the spreadsheet that needed to be relabeled. So this is a chamber orchestra piece by Philippe Leroux called Total Solo. It's from 2014. I'll pull up the score here. It sort of pushes the upper limits of what a chamber orchestra is, but I think it still counts. We're going to count it. So the instrumentation is 2232, 2220, 3 percussionists, harp, piano, and then 3221 for the strings. The thing that's really pushing this into chamber ensemble territory is how reduced the strings are. There's about 28 musicians, so that's, I guess some people would call it a proper orchestra at 25, but I think this is still counts. Percussion 1 has to play vibes, chromatic harmonica, crotales, sandpaper blocks, cymbal, and one thing that I need to translate here, and a ratchet. Percussion 2 plays glockenspiel with a sustain pedal. I forgot that there are some that have that. Cymbal, djembe, damn, there's a lot of ones giving me trouble today. Okay, one of these rain sticks. I guess I could have figured that one out. And Jew's harp, basically. So one of those mouth harps. Percussion 3, washboard, crotales, chromatic harmonica, tam-tam, gongs, and something like tubular bells, I think. Maybe more like chimes. Yeah, a lot of obscure percussion instruments. There's obviously this quarter tone accidental stuff, the same that all spectral composers use, the same accidentals. And then he has his own sort of idiosyncratic things. We've seen these in other pieces. He has different levels of overpressure for the strings, and I guess here he has some more abstract multiphonic notations where the multiphonic is up to the performer, and you can see it's quite a big score, and at first glance is just an orchestra score, but again, it is chamber orchestra. Here are the other episodes for Philippe Leroux. The earliest one is going to be the one with his biography, if you're curious. And if you want to listen along with me, the YouTube link that I'm using is in the description of the video. and probably also in chamber orchestra playlist if you want to go through everything that way. Okay, yeah, this was a nice listening experience. This is another performance by Ensemble Intercontemporain, and another recording on Leroux's YouTube channel. It was very different from the other chamber orchestra pieces of his we've listened to. It was very slow, and the entire ensemble was divisi, obviously, so you have all these soloists contributing to these very textural chords, and a lot of sustained stuff, moving from one chord to the next, with little surface features, you could say, which at times take over, like at the end. The like little filigree things sound really fun to play and are engaging, but they definitely feel like less essential, whereas those big textural chords seem to be the focus of the piece to me, where sometimes he's using the full ensemble, sometimes he's just using a few instruments. Let me see if I can find an example of some of the sub-ensembles he wrote for. So the first one we get is flute, English horn, piccolo trumpet, violin, and cello. This is at measure 59. That was an interesting feature, oscillating between the full ensemble and this sub-ensemble. Yeah, and we don't really get a big moment like that again until the end, where we get like a violin solo, and I think you can see here at the very end, it's like that sub-ensemble is playing on its own again. So, again, Philippe Leroux is playing with soloists in their textural capacity and not their formal capacity, I guess. Like we looked at another piece of his that had solo violin throughout, but it wasn't a concerto. The solo violin was just a part of the texture of the ensemble, and this is similar, but with like I can't remember how many instruments, like a sextet of instruments, a mixed sextet versus the full 28. Some press release from Ensemble Intercontemporain. Philippe Leroux talks about how he wants to get away from this binary of soloist versus ensemble, and wants to focus on categories like the small group. He wants to get away from the mass or the crowd that acts as a single person, and towards something that's a bit more complex, like a multitude of united individuals. So I guess that resulted in the type of music that he wrote, where lots of individual lines emerge from this sound mass kind of texture. So oddly enough, in order to make his point, he has to evoke the idea of the mass and the crowd in order to subvert it. So that's kind of an interesting idea. He talks about it as like a topological braid with 4 strands that are interweaved. Maybe this is a little bit overly like worded. I don't think you need to evoke that image to get the point. It's actually a really simple idea. And the size of ensemble actually really works. I think this is as big as you could make a chamber orchestra before it starts to sound like an orchestra. I think the general effect, if you saw this live, when you have this amount of divisi, the orchestra actually sounds a lot quieter than if it was playing like unisons or octaves together. So, despite how complicated and large the score looks, it's a very imposing looking score. I think the actual sound is a bit more subdued and quiet, because all of these different lines are competing against one another to project to the audience. Tomorrow I'm looking at a piece by Jordan Nobles, so we're going to get a Canadian composer again for the first time in like 3 weeks. I'm realizing that for a Canadian composer, I really don't have a lot of Canadian scores, which is kind of a shame. And even fewer of them have recordings that are accessible, but it is what it is. Alright, so for the past 15 minutes, I've been trying to find this a recording of this piece by Jordan Nobles, Canadian composer. And I thought I found a recording yesterday, but it is only an excerpt of the piece. He doesn't have a full recording available anywhere. So instead, I think we're going to just move on to this piece by Simon Steen Andersen. It's called Chambered Music, and it was written in 2007. The instrumentation is, let's see, 1100, 1110, 2 percussions, sampling keyboard, and then 11111 for the strings. The trumpet is a piccolo trumpet with a practice mute. The trombone is off stage with a live video feed of the conductor. And percussion 1 is vibes, guiro, thin needle, sandpaper, piece of paper, cardboard, suitcase, slim jam glasses, soundproof box with removable cover containing 3 metronomes, soft plectrum, and a straw. And then percussion 2 is bass drum, sandpaper, A4 sheet of paper, small sheet of paper, large piece of cardboard, unpitched metallic object, pitched metal instrument, F sharp, crotal, also F sharp, slim jam glasses, soundproof box with removable cover containing 1 metronome, producing a tuning tone, and then a thin light stick and an extremely soft bass drum stick. But you can already see there's this theme of chambers. This is a chamber orchestra. The metronomes that the 2 percussionists have are in a chamber. The trombonist is in a chamber, and and we have all these practice mutes, which are like dampening various instruments, making them sound like they're in different spaces. All of the string players need practice mute as well. The samples played from the keyboard should be played through a speaker on stage, and also a smaller speaker placed inside a closed piano on stage. So it's not specified if that piano has the pedal down or if it's just resonating, but it'll give the impression that the sound of the sampler is coming from a real piano, which again alludes to this idea of like different rooms or chambers and being contained within something. This is the suggested staging. You can ignore the trombonist because it will have to be in a completely different room. The sampler would be at the back, 1 loudspeaker at the front of house, the other one on the opposite side in the piano, and then the string players are gathered around the piano in sort of a piano quintet fashion, and then all the other wind players and the double bassist will be behind that, and then the percussion setups are on either side of the keyboardist. Crescendi and diminuendi should be performed exponentially. I can't tell you how many times I've had to ask that of performers.
Staccato should be as short and dry as possible. Tremolo is always as dense as possible. Niente is just represented by an N. Glissandi should start immediately and be distributed evenly. That's typical new music practice. Okay, so the flute is mainly played like a pan flute, so the mouthpiece extension is removed and it's played vertically rather than transverse. The clarinet is playing at an extremely quiet dynamic, and it's actually desired that there's this sort of subtone sound, where scales are heard more as like mumbles, and that's sort of like some of the stuff we heard in the pieces by Salvatore Sciarrino that we looked at. Although he has specific techniques for the clarinet. There's this Yamaha silent brass practice mute on the piccolo trumpet. Trombone is placed off stage and playing as loud as physically possible, but it should be so far away that in the hall it sounds like it's at about pianissimo to mezzo piano. Okay, so some interesting things about percussion 1. The cardboard is used as a surface for the sandpaper to be rubbed on, and the piece of paper is being blown on to create sort of a whistle tone, like blown onto the edge of the paper. Then the suitcase has to have these old-fashioned locks to give that distinctive sound of opening an old suitcase. Just flipping the locks open. And the soundproof box with the metronomes. The metronomes should be making clicks, but when closed, they should be 100% inaudible. So, and the metronome should be started before the audience enters the hall and set to 140, 160, and 180 beats per minute. The percussion 2, when they're playing the bass drum, it has to be with an extremely soft stick to match the dynamics of all these other techniques. The normal piece of paper that they have is for rattling or shaking, and they do a similar thing with sandpaper. The thing they're doing with the metronome is exactly the same, but it's playing like an A440. So it would have to be a digital metronome, or quartz. Yeah, the pitched metal instrument needs to have the ability to be dampened. So like a crotal is recommended. But it could be something else, like a glockenspiel bar or something. The keyboard and sampler should, which is used as a sampler, should not be touch sensitive. It should just have one dynamic level. And the top 3.5 octaves of the piano, of the keyboard, should be routed into the small speaker that's inside the piano. So this will give sort of control between where these things occur. Interestingly, the things that are sampled are actually sounds from the things where the speakers are housed in. So the sounds of like hitting things on the inside of a piano is in the piano from that speaker, and then the sounds of a wooden speaker housing, those are sampled and come out of the speaker that's in a wooden housing. So very strange idea. This was written for Ensemble Moderne. There's no program text. So this, what I'm about to read would not be printed in a program. This is just for other people to know, like the performers, or anyone so interested in using the score. This sampler does have sounds of a muffled voice. The unrecognizable text is an excerpt from Nelson Mandela's diary, talking about his life as a prisoner. At one point in the middle of the piece, the voice gradually gets clearer for a few seconds, and the words that are audible are in any prisoner's life. So there's a theme here about imprisonment and compartmentalization. which suits a lot of the theatrical elements of the piece really well. This is what the first page of the score looks like. So, yeah, very interesting. The trombonist is notated at the bottom and has to be quite coordinated, so that's hence the video feed from the conductor to him or her or they. And yeah, I guess I'll just get into it. I've listened to this once, but I'm going to give it a better listen this time. That was years ago. This time I'm really going to try to imagine what it sounds like in the space, which of course a recording's not going to be able to capture, but this trombone idea is extremely interesting and kind of disturbing. So I'm interested to hear it. It looks like the trombonist is not playing that much, so at least they won't be like killing their chops the whole time. But when it does come in, I think it's going to be very strange and surreal. So let's talk a little bit about the composer before I forget, and then have a listen to the recording, which is in the description. So he's a Danish composer, still alive. He's also a performer, director, and media artist. Studied with Matthias Spangler, who is also a teacher of Johannes Kreidler. And Bent Sorensen, a couple of other names that I don't recognize. And since 2008, he's taught at the Royal Academy of Music, Aarhus. So that's shortly after he composed this piece. Aside from Ensemble Moderne, which is this piece, he's worked with Ensemble Research, Music Fabrik, the Jacques Quartet Danish NSO, Gothenburg Symphony Orchestra, and other orchestras, Opera Nationale du Rhin, etc. His output ranges from video performances to electronic music to mixed music to entirely instrumental pieces, and yeah, I'm very interested to hear this piece.
All right, so yeah, it was a really fun piece. This recording had the sampler mixed pretty loud, so it was a little bit difficult at the beginning to parse out what the different sound makers were, but as the piece wore on, the different musical ideas started to become clearer, and we had some sparser textures. I think the trumpet was a really unique sound, even though it, for the most part, just had two very high notes. It was something very otherworldly and sounded very confined. And the trombone, it was kind of interesting that it mixed in with the muffled voice sounds. We get that glimpse of the text in the middle, which I thought was very well placed. It's in like an extended section that's focused on that trombone and the voice, and you get this really clear association between Nelson Mandela as a prisoner and this trombonist who's imprisoned. It didn't overstay its welcome. It didn't get corny. It was just like this very subtle but direct theatrical statement, and I thought that was really cool about it. The writing itself had a lot of interesting uses of meter and rhythm to take generally very repetitive percussive ideas and mix it up constantly so that it was always changing. It kind of reminded me of the Führer Pierrot ensemble piece we looked at weeks and weeks ago. But it was a lot noisier, and it kind of reminded me of
If you listen to Merzbow or Masami Akita, they have like these really early tape works that are incredibly noisy, and the electronics in this reminded me of some of that actually. So, like, very noise adjacent or noise music adjacent, but of course it's meticulously notated and performed in this sort of academic medium. The sound world was similar, but the way it was executed was completely different. This was a performance by the Crash Ensemble and conducted by Alan Pearson. And I think they did a pretty good job. I could tell that it was all very quiet because the room noise was close to the volume of a lot of their performance in this recording. And at first I hardly heard the trombone at all, but once I knew what to listen for, it got easier. I think it'd be a completely different experience live, needless to say. So this doesn't exactly do it justice or capture it, but I'm glad that there are recordings out there of it and that it gets performed. And hopefully you thought it was cool too, and maybe it'll make you rethink the way that you go about writing pieces that are theatrical, or pieces that use repetition or a limited number of materials. As for the medium, I don't think it had to be for chamber orchestra, but it is, so it's in the series. Alright, so today I'm going to be listening to a short piece by Fausto Ramatelli, and it's for chamber orchestra. It's called Green, Yellow, and Blue. We've already looked at a piece by Ramatelli, Professor Badtrip, Lesson 1, episode number below here. So if you want his biography, I would just go to that episode. I should have a timestamp in there. And this piece was written later, I think, 2003. So, yeah. The instrumentation is 1110, 1110, percussion, electric guitar, piano, and then 11111. So the doublings and other things here, clarinet has to double on bass clarinet, horn has to double on harmonica, and trombone also has to double on harmonica. Percussion is vibraphone, Chinese cymbals, marimba, tam-tam, maracas, crotales, and one thing which I have to translate here. Yeah, I think this is just A4 tracing paper. Tracing paper does have its own sort of unique sound. I apologize for this flickering light. Hopefully you don't have any sensory issues. Yeah, and this, like a lot of Ramatelli's like ensemble pieces, this has an electronic component. So I believe this page is like, okay, so I think the electronics are performed on a DX7, a Yamaha DX7 sampler keyboard, and this is probably just the mappings of the different samples that need to be played. And then apparently there's like sections that need to be tuned up or down a quarter tone, and things that need to be bent, so that would be done with like the tuning slider. So all of this should be programmed. I think if you were working with the composer on this, it would be pretty straightforward, and this would just be for like troubleshooting issues. But I'm not so familiar with the DX7 that I know how this would be of use to the music director or the keyboardist. Because the electronics are played by the keyboardist, he just notates them like a normal piano part. So you can see that it's like there's like a volume swell, so there's some sort of volume control, and you have to hold certain notes to use certain samples. Some of the advantages to that is you really get a lot of control over when things are sampled, when things come in, because you literally have a performer doing that for you. So that's kind of cool. I don't see that in a lot of pieces. Usually a like MIDI pedal is used to cue things, but with a keyboardist you have the added advantage of having all these separate things that are cueable, like with the keys, basically. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to say too much more about it. It's a short piece. I think that's one of the more interesting things about it, is that it's like a 6-minute little thing. And I remember it has a really cool horn moment towards the end. There's like this really repetitive thing around the climax of the piece, and the horn plays a real major role. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm always happy to have a short one. Okay, yeah. So again, I listened to Ensemble Ictus recording for this. It was a really concise, interesting, like, set piece, or calling card piece, you could say. It was very similar in style to Professor Bad Trip, except well, like, in the sense that it was, spectral fused with some popular music kind of sounds. But it had a lot of, like, simpler ideas, like unisons, long-held chords where different members of the ensemble are swelling, so this, like, sort of polyphony of volumes. And it ended with an idea that kept getting more and more inharmonic with each repetition, and, like, just ever so slightly faster. So it actually kind of ended on a, I guess, tense note. Like, there's a lot of violin in the first section and a lot of horn at the end. The opening with the harmonica was very similar to Professor Bad Trip Lesson 1. But this time he had the brass playing with it. This high G is obviously a very important feature of the piece. Yeah, I found it more accessible, probably a better one to share with young students, or as like a short listening study. As far as a chamber orchestra piece, I think it made good use of all elements of the ensemble. Generally, the different families of instruments acted as a unit. So his orchestration is very clean in that sense. Not a lot of mixed orchestration, a lot of full ensemble moments. Everyone's kind of playing the whole time. And good use of double bass, getting the full range of the ensemble. The harmonica stuff was fun. The marimba moment was fun. I don't know if every percussion instrument got used to its fullest extent, but there's a lot of good vibraphone moments, and a really interesting use of cymbal towards, like, the horn climax part. And something about that horn rip that goes up the harmonic series is, like, just incredibly spectral and fun and catchy. And whenever I think of this piece, that's sort of the thing I remember, is that little horn lick. As for tomorrow's score, tomorrow we're going to be looking at another piece by Victor Rasgado. If I can find it, it's for tenor and chamber orchestra.
And if I can't find a recording of that one, we're going to continue with the spectral theme and listen to Disintegrations by Tristan Murail. It'll be our first Murail piece. So. Disintegrations is a piece by French spectral composer Tristan Murail for 17 instruments and tape. So it's for chamber orchestra and electronics. The instrumentation for the orchestra 2-1-2-1, 1-1-1-0, 2 percussions, piano, 1-1-1-1-1. Flute 1 doubles on piccolo, flute 2 doubles on alto flute, oboe doubles on English horn, clarinet 2 doubles on bass clarinet, bassoon doubles on contrabassoon, trombone has to play both tenor and bass, it looks like, and the double bass can use a 5-string, so that hints to me that he may need the low C, he or she. May need the low C on that bass. And percussion 1, the complete list is vibraphone, crotales spanning 2 octaves, C to C, high tam-tam, gong pitched to B flat, bass drum, timpani pitched to F and G, low F and G, high muted tom, high muted bongo, long low guiro, 2 maracas, 1 high, 1 low, wood rattle, and anything that can produce the sound of a spring releasing its tension. Percussion 2 has tubular bells from middle C to F, marimba, glockenspiel from low G to high C, Chinese cymbal, 3 hanging cymbals, so very high, high, and medium, 2 tam-tams, low and medium muted tom, low muted bongo, high guiro, a wooden rattle, a whip, a wood block, and a spring like thing, similar to percussion 1, but slightly lower. Disintegrations was composed after extensive work on the notion of spectrum. All the material used in the piece, its microforms, its system of evolution, have it as their origin analyses, decompositions, or artificial reconstructions of harmonic or inharmonic spectra. Most of the spectra are of instrumental origin. Those particularly employed are low piano sounds, brass, and cello sounds. So here, Murail has recorded various sounds on different orchestral instruments that are in his ensemble, and then he has produced a spectrogram of them, or similar data, and then, based on his spectral analysis, taken frequencies from them and designed his piece with that data. Some of the different spectra, like the way he plays with it, so sometimes he'll just use one region of a spectrum, so just some of the partials, sort of like a band pass filter was applied to the sound. Then sometimes he'll explore the spectra, so different elements are heard one after another. So this could be like if you took that recording and separated its constituent partials in time and it became some bizarre melody. The creation of inharmonic spectra, so by adding or subtracting frequencies to the list. This is like a ring mod or a frequency modulation, and this was a project at EarCam, as many spectral pieces of the time were. And yeah, keep in mind that this is 1983, the year of its first performance, and computer technology is very, very in its beginning stages. So this is very cutting edge technology to be using a computer to help you compose. He did this with help of Andrew Gerzo, and Didier Arditi. So the electronic sounds were produced by a computer, and this was such a large task for the composer that he had two technical assistants. And the premiere was by Ensemble Intercontemporain, which we've listened to already in a number of episodes. I'll list them below. They premiered all these pieces that we've looked at in this series. And it was conducted by Peter Eötvös. Quarter tone accidentals, pretty standard stuff. Other symbols, he has moving from different types of tremolo, degrees of tremolo, some aleatoric repetition of stuff, niente symbols. This is old enough that niente hasn't been standardized. Some rhythmic stuff, which will probably make more sense in context. Your standard string indications, non-vibrato, sol pont, sol tasto, gradually moving from one bow position to the other. Overpressure distortion, and gradual increase and decrease of that. And then the opposite, light pressure, like quasi-flautando kind of stuff on the strings. So you can see this is the first system. And it starts with tape stuff, clicks and swells, and these huge chords, which are filtered. And then we have, starting off the piece, the two flutes, the two clarinets, vibraphone, and tubular bells, I believe. We'll hear it when we start listening. He was born in 1947 and is still alive today. Did university studies in Arabic and economics before studying at the Paris Conservatoire, where he studied composition with Messiaen, taught computer music at IRCAM later, and then assisted with the development of patchwork composition software. And then in 1973, this is the important bit for the history of spectral music, he was a founding member of Ensemble L'Itinéraire. And Ensemble L'Itinéraire is really the hub of spectral music. That's why the movement really starts in 1973, and why some of the bigger, like some of the earliest works are like Partials, which is 1975. This one is 1983, so it's a bit further into the movement. As stated in the program note to this piece, his music has a tendency to use fundamental properties of sound as the basis of harmony. So these are analogous to processes of electronic music composition, FM, RM, AM synthesis, and modulation, filtering, things like that. If you'd like to have access to the recording that I'm listening to, it's in the description of the video. I'm going to probably find a scrolling score so you can also watch along with me. And I'll let you know my thoughts on this listen after getting into it. Okay, so unfortunately I was not able to find a score video, but I decided to go with this recording here. This is Ensemble L'Itinéraire, so it's the same ensemble that premiered the work, but this is a 1987 recording. The last time I listened to this was in the context of a spectralism seminar, and we'd already listened to a lot of Marais at that point. Yeah, I can see how it's an important mainstay of the movement, and it was something that somebody just had to do, like really get hands-on with the synthetic sounds and merge them with ensemble writing, and I think it does a very good job of that. The opening is very iconic, and the moment about 4 or 5 minutes in, where we suddenly get high sparkly stuff, and rapid figuration is a very striking moment, which sort of follows us to the end of the piece. And I think a lot of spectral composers have done similar things when they've worked with electronics since. Yeah, it was a lot slower than I remember. The gestures were a lot bigger, and I think towards the end, the gestures get very long, and it's requires a lot of concentration to get through it. In general, I think there's these like big, like forceful, like articulations of sound which trail off for a long time, and not so many, like sometimes it builds up to it as well, but it's not incredibly contrapuntal, I don't think. I think it is very much like textural and harmonic. Like the chords are really important, and where you end up landing, it means a lot. There's a lot of really big climactic moments which are essentially just a chord that the ensemble lands on. Like the Ramatelli we looked at yesterday, it's using almost all of the ensemble all the time, regardless of what families of instruments are involved. So there's not a lot of soloistic stuff. Another piece that we looked at in this series for chamber ensemble and electronics, which was like this, was Bhakti by Jonathan Harvey. And I think the Harvey had a little bit more variety in terms of like subsections of the ensemble being used, and greater variety of gestures being used with the electronics versus the ensemble. Whereas this is pretty much just one or two ideas for 22 minutes. Like, it's very monothematic, you could say. Tomorrow we will be listening to some Webern to close off the entire series. So hard to believe that I've already gone through all the chamber orchestra stuff, but it's been a pleasure, and I'm finding a lot of pieces to become obsessed with. Okay, so today's going to be the last chamber orchestra listening session, and we're looking at Webern Opus 21. I apologize for the flickering light this morning. It's pretty bad right now. And I only have the second movement to this piece, so it's going to be a very short listen today. So yeah, the second movement of this piece is Theme and Variations. It's a very famous one in the scope of Webern's output. And the instrumentation is a chamber orchestra. It's basically 0 0 2 0 2 0 0 0 harp, and then for strings just 1 1 1 0. So he calls the piece symphony. So I think it's safe to say that in Webern's mind it is an orchestra. It's just a chamber orchestra. But you could also think of it as like a mixed octet. We've done a few pieces in the series like that. Lichtbogen by Kaija Saariaho was similar. And yeah, and the Ives was kind of like that. The Peter Maxwell Davies was also really small. So, you know, I'm being pretty broad with the definition of chamber orchestra here. So a little bit about Anton Webern. He's an Austrian composer who lived from 1883 to 1945, and he was a member of the Second Viennese School along with Schoenberg and Berg. And he wrote some of the most radical atonal and 12-tone music of the early 20th century. And his music was a huge influence on post-war modernist composers. So we've heard his influence in almost every piece that I've looked at in every series, really. Hugely influential composer. If you don't really listen to Webern or don't really get Webern, I'm of the opinion that you probably won't understand a lot of contemporary music, because that's really the model that a lot of composers were using. Even just the way, it's not even just a pitch thing, like the way that he radicalized rhythm and the use of dynamics and instrumentation, all the things that he did in service of his 12-tone ideas. Hugely influential. I think rhythm especially, just opened the door for how contemporary music could sound after the Second World War. So one thing about Webern's music that everybody talks about is his pieces are very short and concise. And throughout his career, they continue to get shorter and shorter, it seems. Another thing about him that's interesting is he was really influenced by medieval music and Renaissance music, specifically from the Franco-Flemish school. So counterpoint is an important skill which he cultivated in his 12-tone composition. He studied musicology at the University of Vienna with Guido Adler, a friend of Mahler and a composition student of Bruckner. So this is the sort of circle that he found himself in as a student. And, Adler seemed to be also a devoted Wagnerian, and Wagner is a very important influence on the Second Viennese School in general. Yeah, I'm sure all of this is very interesting, but, I think just knowing who he's associated with, and the fact that, his music was championed after the World War, but hated by the Nazi Party, and that sort of says all you really need to know about why it is performed today. The thing with Webern's work is there's so much research on it. Over the years, so many people have written papers on his music and studied it. So I don't really know if it's worth analyzing this piece. I'm sure there's an analysis somewhere else of it that is better than anything I could do. He really takes the 12-tone technique to its extremes. So it's very easy to analyze his work because he doesn't break any rules. He really follows it and does very inventive things with it with every piece. And oftentimes there are specific things in his row that determine how the piece will be formed. Like there's a very tight relationship between the row itself and the music that comes out of it. So the symphony, which was composed around 1928, is his first 12-tone orchestral work, and it's only about 10 to 20 minutes long. Okay, so the same tone row is used in both movements, and the first 6 notes of the tone row are transposed up a diminished fifth to generate the following 6. So it can be divided into these 2 hexachords, which are intervallically identical, and it's symmetrical in this sense, right? So there's only 24 permutations instead of the usual 48 because of this reason. If you split it in 3, you can see that the tetrachords that make it up are actually, there's only 2 different ones. So there's a 0123 can describe the first four notes of the row. An 0167 can describe the middle four, and an 0123 can describe the last. So if you split it up into threes, interestingly, the trichords are 013 and 014. So there's a lot of minor seconds in it. Every one of these forms has a minor second in it. So that's going to be a very prominent interval in the scope of the piece. There's also a lot of minor thirds. This is not going to be, again, an exhaustive listen to Webern. I just want to conclude our series with something a little bit shorter and a little bit older. Okay, so interesting experience just listening to the second movements on its own. It's really short and light, and there's a lot of interesting colors in it that go by at a breakneck speed, because it's only about it's 4 minutes, but there's 7 variations in it. The texture overall is very pointillistic, and it's a good example of pointillism in Webern's music. He's not using the whole ensemble all the time. He's just using small groupings of it. Some variations, part of the ensemble's not playing at all, and like for example, the theme is in the clarinet, harp, and horn here, and then the first violin starts the first variation, which is the strings, with this nice like pizzicato and alternating between pizzicato and bowed texture, which is just straight eighths, but it's incredibly dense considering it's rhythmically so confined. And one of the things I really liked was how each variation dovetailed into the next or bled into the next. It was very organic feeling. Some examples, like the second variation's a bit on the short side, and it has this very striking horn moment in the first horn. But towards the end, you get a little bit of strings which introduce this texture that kind of dominates the third variation. And then we have a couple clean breaks, with these fermatas. So that sets up the fourth variation very nicely. Yeah, it sounds as modern today as it probably did when it was written. And there's nothing that sounds quite like it. And this is anecdotal, but I had one teacher say that he didn't really understand Webern until he had to conduct it. And I think there's something to be said for that. There's a big difference between just listening to a recording like I did and actually producing it live and seeing it live, or having to make Webern happen as a musician. And I think just looking at the way it's notated and what's involved, it's probably a very involved, intense process just putting together this 4 minutes of music. It's got as much in there to express as a full symphony. My thoughts on the whole chamber orchestra series, I really liked how much spectral music was in this one. There's a lot of composers that I was already a fan of, and the bulk of it was from the 90s and early 2000s, I think. So it has this sort of cohesion to it, and it really, of all the series so far, this one got me the most inspired. It really had me wanting to write for chamber orchestra. I've never written a chamber orchestra piece, or even given it much thought, but now I'm like, oh yeah, this is cool. Some of the coolest pieces are for chamber orchestra, and it has a whole world of its own that of sounds and ideas that don't work for full orchestra, and yeah, I find a lot of composers in this series really let loose with their chamber orchestra stuff. Hopefully you found it as inspiring. Next we're going to be moving into the actual orchestra stuff, and it's a little bit daunting still, but I'll probably take it slow. I'm going to take my time because it is other than piano, the largest number of scores I have are orchestra scores. And I'm going to be going through all the just orchestra scores and orchestra with electronics sort of at the same time. And then I'm going to do anything involving like soloists. So any sort of concerto or concerto grosso will happen at the end. Similarly, any like operas that involve full orchestra will be at the end of the series. I don't know if I was in the mood for Webern today, but it is what it is. I have the score, so I gotta listen. So